Fourth is negligence. People would ask, what is negligence? Negligence is when parents do not take their children to the doctor, perhaps sadly, and they can die or they can have symptoms that are supposed to be little just get worse, and then their parents don't pay a lot of attention and so on. There we have then we have there what you're doing here, and then we can do that, and that doesn't happen. And there, when nothing, we have to do something special, the medical doctor and so on, because not always is just uh, um, Bayers or Tylenols. And well, I just wanted to give you a little bit of advice to all parents, and that is, please love thy children, respect childhood, because it's really very sad that the very parents or mothers or so on mistreat their children. So, parents, please respect your child and love them with all their life. I'm not saying that you don't correct them. Yes, correct them. Yes, whenever it's necessary, but don't not all the time, because there are going to be some times where he's going to behave and so on. So because if they did something wrong and so on, but not all the time. And also, I ask of you that they give more love than violence. Understand them if they have problems, dialogue. Also, that with the case that I've just showed you or told you about, why did they have to kill the child when the child didn't have anything to do, because the father actually had to protect him but not kill? So please, I mean, what is that? So please, parents, give more love to your children, more love, more support. And the last thing that I want to talk about is, sadly, we have forgotten very much children in the farms, in the fields, and the indigenous communities. They're excluding them. They're looking at them as different. And that's another sad thing. And for me, it would be very, very beautiful that perhaps the police that protect children, all of you, do something to protect the indigenous Native American community and the children of the farms and the fields, because we're all the same by political constitution of Colombia. And aside one other thing, if you look the book of peaceful coexistence of the Republic of Colombia, you're going to see that the rights are tied, hooked with the duties. And then another thing that is very obvious is that we, if all of you included, if we do not follow our duties, with what justice, with what reason are we going to claim our rights? So they're tiny little things that we have to have more in mind, and obviously, with the help of God, that is going to help us to open doors and all of that. So that's what I wanted to say, so we can keep in mind. Thank you very much. Words that get to the soul. 1 minute of silence to all the men and women that have given up their lives in the line of duty. Please be seated. Thank you very much, Maria Jose. And we're going to start with a very special surprise by children and adolescents of Colombia. Right, so now we're going to invite you to all members here to the reading of the letters that you have on your tables written by girls and boys of Colombia as a symbol of recognition to the tasks that the police has given in protecting their rights. A gift where you materialize unequivocally the words, the dreams of our children and teenagers, not only of Colombia, but of all the world. Right, and in this way, we would be addressed to you, Brigadier General Javier Josue Martin Games, Chief of the Police Service. Cordial greetings this morning, all the people who are gathered here today, and a special greeting to Veronica Alcocer, the First Lady of the nation. Madam, thank you very much, First Lady, for being here. Your Excellence Javier Camaño Cairo, Ambassador of the Republic of Cuba, Your Excellence John Marley Exil, Ambassador of the Republic of Haiti, Dr. Concepcion Paracaldo Aldana, Director of the Colombia Family Welfare. And thank you very much for bringing here the children. Cornelius Alzate Duca, Director of Protection of Special Services of the National Police of Colombia. Our beautiful girls, Sol Algerado Nosa, the participants of La Voz Kids. What a voice, what experience in this morning from what you've seen. Incredible she is. Ladies and gentlemen, officers, attachés, naval ones, accredited here in Colombia, guest speakers, national and international, they're here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, officers, non-commissioned officers of the police, appreciated members of the Symphony of the National Police, special guests, Carlos Maza, a Regional Director for Operations of Latin America, Carlos Colmenara, Legal Consultant for Mercosur, Ms. Eva Ferrer, Acaceran, ladies and gentlemen, all the other members here that I do not name, please feel greeted to the National Police Officer. In this important event, led by the Infancy and Teenage Police, the Sectional of Special Protections, in this international congress, oriented towards protecting children and teenagers, and with an international look. Of course, we're connected around some 300 people to this seminar in other places of the country, and even outside of our country, because this is a mixed event. The police, in this pursuit of the Colombian government with this institution, seeks to have an information exchange that allows the creation of effective means in caring for the crimes that affect children through the international cooperation in the academic realm, research, and of course, of criminal investigations. Since the decade of the 50s, the National Police has started to do all sorts of activities that prioritize in a fundamental way the protection of our children and adolescents. So now we have an impact since 1970, when we created the first group. We called it the Juvenile Police. In 1978, it was the Minors Police, and as of 2006, when we come in our protection of special services to the Director of Specialized Services, with the name of the Infancy and Teenage Police, according to Law 1098. We now have a whole set of institutional capabilities, the National Police, through the Directorate of Protection and Special Services and its strategy in protecting infants and adolescents. They actually involve in a co-responsible way the family, society, and of course the state. Aware that this is the future of our nation, the future of our countries, our children that regrettably are involved, as we were seeing it here, regrettably, this case that we just had a few days ago, that this child actually mentioned here in such a heartbreaking, it's actually being told by a child that feels it to the heart, and it feels it there, and I believe that that's a life lesson. What happened there is a lessons of life that this girl gave us, definitively. In the world, the International Labor Organization, ILO, there has 218 million children, of which 126 million, they work in employments that are considered dangerous chores. These are regrettable statistics. Some 120 million girls have had some type of sexual contact against their will. I think that all are against their will. Anything that has to do with sex with the children is against their will. Absolutely. We calculate between 950,000 and 1.2 million have been victims of child trafficking. 2 million children are involved currently in networks of sexual trade. What regrettably it is worldwide. According to UNICEF, 101 million children do not come here to the don't go to primary school worldwide. Among them, 12.7 million are refugees and 1.1 million have requested political asylum. Likewise, these refugees children have 5 more times probability of being outside of school in their primary education than the rest of the children. And each of 8 migrants, one of 8 migrants, these are children in that condition, migrant children, regrettably. We would like to thank here with the assistance of it's not 300, there are 3,000 people who are connected. I beg your pardon. 150 here. We do have here and who are connected 23 different countries, diplomatic corps from Argentina, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Uruguay, Belgium, Costa Rica, Spain, Cuba, US, France, Italy, Guatemala, Mexico, Salvador, Panama, Haiti, England, Dominican Republic, Turkey, and Thailand. How important. Grateful to all of you. Thank God that you are connected for us in this pursuit and so through our technology. But always committed in this very important purpose for the world, the protection of our children and adolescents. Now we have the fortune of having 4 ambassadors of diplomatic missions: Salvador, Guatemala, Haiti, and Cuba, 19 police attaches, 11 guest speakers, 7 homologues of the infancy and teenage police, and all the attaches, and 59 special guests. The presence here of the government, the Colombian Institute of Family Welfare, the Commissary of Family, governor's offices, mayor's office, and NGOs, national and international, Interpol, Ameripol, the commissions there we have in Chile, UNICEF, Tigo, right, a whole set of institutions that we have come together today. Thank you very much for all of this.
And the academic development, we have 4 blocks. The first one has to do with people and violence in childhood. The second one in social context, affecting childhood and adolescence. And the 4th block, the strategy for the protection of childhood and the youth. Each block is going to have different topics to be discussed, has been properly discussed and studied, analyzed, and they're going to be extremely important. We have with us our chiefs of areas in prevention of childhood and adolescence, who manage different sections regarding these particular topics this morning. Welcome all of you, chiefs. We hope that this academic event, this encounter, be very productive, that you may take with you all the tools available. Shall those tools not be enough for you? Well, we'll have at least a lot of information also to tune with our service and offer that protection to children and adolescents who are unfortunately vulnerable, and that brings along a lot of tragedies, like the ones that just took place 2 or 3 days ago. Right. We had one person, we captured, we arrested the person, but I mean that this child has already lost his life. He's already in heaven by a miserable, coward act, and absurd, without any explanation. Because children, what they need is love, as it was said properly. Where's the girl? They remind that they need love. They're asking for it. It's a little girl. She's what, 5 years old, 10 years old? It's a little girl who's telling us, okay. So please, if we look at doctors and we say we have no speech today after we looked at her, after what that little girl told us. So I really thank you for your presence here. Be welcome here to our club of the National Police. Be at ease. You're welcome here. It's a privilege to be your host between today and tomorrow in this important event. May God bless you, God and country. So God and glory. So it's an honor to be a police officer. General, thank you very much for your kind words. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll continue. And we have today Mrs. Veronica Alcocer, the First Lady of the nation. So before that, we would like to thank her for her commitment and the daughters for the care they have for children and adolescents. Good morning, Mr. Ambassadors and diplomatic agencies. Brigadier General Jose Martin Gomez, Chief of Police, General Director of the Colombian Institute of Well-Being, ICBF, Concepcion Baracaldo Aldana, Colonel John Harvey Alzade Duque, Director of Protection and Special Services of the National Police, Lieutenant Colonel Viviana Janet Valencia Grisales, Chief of the Protection to Childhood and Adolescents Area, Organization of Operations for Latin America, or our speakers from national and international level to this international level, violence affecting childhood and the protection of their rights. So Angel Alvarado Nosa, thank you. Youth from the choir, Manos Blancas, and institution San Carlos with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, here today. Thank you. I have to thank you for this invitation. It's an honor for me to see so many people from so many sectors from society working on joining efforts. This, for me, it's vital. It's from the day one, prior to me being a public figure, for me, it was already a duty, a must. I mean, in the end, we all make part of this Colombian society. We need to take care of our children or of adolescents in a country which unfortunately has suffered the results of the war and violence. For so many ways we've been affected. So, priority for me, violence in childhood, adolescence, against women also, violence of all types. So in the end, what I've expressed is that I want to really be the ambassador of national reconciliation. How do we do that? I've always thought that we need to do that from the heart, with an infinite will power, and giving all our efforts, looking for all possible tools to make this possible. It hurts a lot. I mean, today I'm very sorry I'm talking because I see how our society of only 10 years of age, a little girl has to give us, she has to plead, beseech somehow for help, because in the end, it's a voice for help. Because they're being raped, they're being killed. That's the little we know. Because figures that we may know are really the tip of the iceberg. Because what it's underlying, we have a social decomposition process. So from that trip to Norway, where I talked to organizations who talk with the people trafficking, and that which is clear for us, and it was clear for everyone, is that cases that go to a good end regarding the people trafficking is when you have cooperation among nations, cooperation almost among the police where the violence starts and the country where it ends. So that's where we really the judicial system may finish a prosecution process and end with a sentence. Let's say with a successful end. So it is very important for me to have this contact with the national police, with the chiefs of police, with all civil society here with us, with all the delegations, because this has been since I began and prior to starting my husband's president's term, this has been my objective. I've always said that this time through here, we've tried to see that our children they would not be reduced because the figures are going up. So I say, what is it that we are doing wrong? So we are in the wrong direction. So we need to reinforce to see other parts of the problem. We need to manage to see so that figures should not continue increasing. Indicators. So that marks. So how good could we be doing it? Where are we going to? Thanks I give you for all the invitations. So as I said, I'm totally moved because to begin with, I had not thought about this is a drama that I feel every day. It's right there out there in my country. So the countries affected the most by long-lasting violence, we end up seeing this reflected in our society. The homes, in the streets, children are not safe, in schools, many times they are vulnerated. But I, myself, I've had the opportunity to go to other countries. I mean, I've been scared when I see people walking along in the street. I say, well, how could this happen, walking along the street? But nothing happens to them because the state protects the children. So here, if they touch, if something happens with the child, there's going to be a problem. So we need to see which has been the pathway that we need to follow, what we need to do, and work towards that direction. That's our main goal. All of us, we are apart from our positions. This is not about 4 years of being standing here, present before you. So I'm just a common citizen. I am Veronica Alcocer, a citizen who just puts the heart for the good of our children, boys and girls. The vision and I think that I have, the mission that I have, a mission of life is to help them. Today, from my position, I have this position because my husband is the president. But perhaps in 4 years, that's not going to happen. So I cannot forget that I need to continue fighting so our children, boys and girls, be well wherever I am. So I really thank you all here present who see us to this streaming and all of you who want to join us in this cause. We need many hands to work. We need a lot of efforts, a lot of hearts so that things may be better, so things may evolve in a better way. So I am immensely grateful for this invitation to participate of this process that I think that after that we'll have to make working tables. We have a lot of work to develop here. Count on me 100% in this purpose. So Princess, count on me, really 100%. So that 100% of the time I'm going to make my best at my reach with all these people here in the team so things may change and improve in our country. I love you. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day. Madam Veronica, thank you for your word. I ask you to please stand up to sing the tunes of the National Police Anthem. Along with Kevin and Maria Jose, would like to ask the main table, our national and international delegations, for the official picture of the event and the outer part of the auditorium. For the group picture. We kindly ask you to please be seated. We have our First Lady of the Nation with the objective of continuing with our presentations for today. We kindly ask you to the staff from our international and national delegations outside to please come back to your seats to continue with our agenda today. Okay, we kindly ask you to come back to your seats to continue with today's academic agenda.
Hej, jag heter Charissa. Jag är 19 år gammal och bor i Sverige i Söderhamn. Alla barn har rätt att ha ett hem där vi kan beskydda oss från.
We kindly ask you to please, those of you who are outside of the auditorium, please come back to our places. So we have different nationalities. I'm 8 years old. I live in Mexico. Could you think that sometimes we don't have our parents, but we need to work together? And we also need to promote our rights. So we will protect all of us among each other. I live in France, in Lyon, so you too. So we need protection, and also we have the right to education. We would like to thank the police for the services and protection they provide us with. I'm Santiago, I'm 14 years old. I live in Spain, in Madrid. So I like skating, but we all have the right to play and practice any sport. So, thank you. So, we need to make sure that we'll have all this. So, police communication from an innovative standpoint, Dios y Patria. It's an honor to be a police officer. Well, for today's agenda of International Congress of Violences Affecting Childhood and the Protection of the Rights will be developed as follows. Block number 1, it's about people and violence in childhood, corresponds to the morning shift. And block number 2, threats, risks, and opportunities on internet for childhood in the afternoon. Please remember that you may connect yourself through the link Congreso Infancia 2022 register login. So, okay, Kevin, what do we have for today to start our block? Well, now the organization for non-for-profit organization Operation on the Ground. So we'll present the commitment of abolishing people's trafficking by Dr. Carlos Maza, Director of Operations for Latin America. The floor is yours, sir. Okay. The Regional Director for Operations in Latin America, retired from the Department of Security, from DHS, Director General for Latin America in English, underground operations, as ELA, responsible for supervising operational activities to include coordination and collaboration with government representatives and civilians from the region. Positions held. So Carlos worked for 35 years in law enforcement as an officer in the police of New Orleans, and also in the police department and research from Customs Services in the United States and in Miami, Florida. He worked as director in Washington, D.C. on 64 offices in 47 countries. Good morning, it's a pleasure. Well, first, thank you very much, Your Excellency, First Lady, ministers, ambassadors, generals, officials, and the police of childhood, civilians, children especially. The guy who just gave us a message is going to be very difficult for us to forget. But thanks for the opportunity to be able to present on who we are, who is this underground operation railroad, or you are underground, OUR. So I'm Carlos Mas. I'm the regional director for operations with this NGO in Latin America for Operation Underground Railroad. Especially in statistics regarding the human trafficking, we understand that this is a horrible situation. Figures here is the statistics at international level. They depict somehow figures, but this event, those figures, 1 out of 4 victims of slavery are children. When we talk about slavery, it's not just about in work, it's work slavery, but also sexual slavery. Let's continue here. So OUR, Operation Underground Railroad, was created in the United States by a former official of the Homeland Security Team investigations and the career as an agent. He worked traveling abroad with the purpose in the search of Americans who were in sexual tourism, traveling abroad to have sexual intercourse with minors. In the United States, there is a law that prohibits, it's really a crime to travel or to have the intent to traveling abroad with sexual tourism purposes. So in that career, he traveled abroad in cooperation with you, with the authorities, especially in Colombia, Haiti, and other places here in Latin America. Throughout his career, he found a conflict that he would go into a place where clearly there was an American, but it's perfect. They would follow a case that would end up with the arrest of the person when he returned to the United States. So the conflict was that many of the situations he found entering into these brothel houses or these bars or you name it, in the search of these Americans, in reality, what he saw was these victims who were being exploited in the sexual market. But if he didn't find an American there, he wouldn't have any jurisdiction to follow, to make a case. And he, Ken Ballard, he was a religious person. He's a Mormon. He found himself in this religious conflict that before his eyes would abandon children. So after 14 years of career, he decided that he was going to leave his career as HSI, as a special agent, and started an NGO. And that's when this NGO was created in 2014. He returned to the same field in Colombia, especially to see and started working with the authorities. But in this situation, was trying to save and rescue these children who really continued being exploited, not only by foreigners, but also by Colombians and others. Well, our work, which is our work, our mission is to take advantage, to profit from our capacities, to support, cooperate with authorities around the world. So that, for which challenges? Well, it's to save and rescue human trafficking victims and combat and fight against the sexual exploitation impacting, as you saw, the statistics in children. So a little bit more to talk about our organization. We have a film that's going to be released soon. It talks about the history, how we were created, and what I just gave you. This is like a summary of 10 Ballard. It's soon to be released a film. This is just the trail. So it's going to be for 1 minute, I think. Let me see if this works. No creo que pueda hacer ese trabajo. A medida que, a una vez que me acueste, no sé. No, vamos a ver. ¿Cuánto tiempo has estado haciendo esto? 12 años. ¿Y cómo lo haces? Bueno, realmente es la red de delincuencia mayor y de mayor crecimiento que está presentando. Realmente eso va a superar muchas cifras. Mr. Timothy, you rescued your kids, right? Perhaps you can help me find my sister? Bueno, llegué allá, entré a la habitación, mi la cama. Bueno, ¿qué hacemos? Para Homeland Security, bueno, nosotros también rescatamos niños en Colombia. Realmente eso me ha destrozado. Pero hay que colocar todas las piezas juntas. Estamos hablando de extraer una niña de un ejército de rebeldes. Estamos hablando de rescatar cientos de niños. Bueno, podría ser bloqueada puede ser en una carretera en Moscú, en Los Ángeles. Más de 2 millones de niños están siendo explotados sexualmente. Si no hacemos nada, algún día eso realmente va a afectar sus vidas. Bueno, podría ser una de estas tus hijas. Sonidos de libertad.
Heard of Latin America, and we have a presence in 5 hemispheres, 5 continents. Here we have a setup of where we are in this the underground radio. Something that I have to identify as the regional director for operations, but the most important part for this organization is the loan that we actually, the, the support that we give to the survivors after they've been rescued. That's the section aftercare. And after my presentation, we're going to have the pleasure of knowing the regional director for Latin America. But for me, it's the most important person. Here is Tyler. Tyler, if you could just wave. Tyler is the heart of the organization. More than anything else, I am just an old police officer. I find this as one of the best careers. For me, it's been, and then we have there, in this a rescue of a victim that has been exploited or it's in a vulnerable situation. And then we have the victim there of. Once again, we work here with the forces or the police, the prosecutors, and we provide what is the experience, our experience within our equipment. And we have former officers, we have prosecutors, we have former judges. We have a former judge, Carlos Comanero, who was a federal judge of Uruguay. Comanero is my liaison for the countries in the Southern Cone. Carlos, if you could. And in the United States, we developed our program in the 50 states and in the police units in the respective states. But here in the international environment, not only do we actually share experiences, but we actually have the situations of the lack of budget. So there are laws and we create the units to fight against people trafficking, against sexual exploitation, but there are no budgets, and we have found that we're daily. If you ask me, I think that I am supporting 4 investigations, operations in this region, in collaboration with the authorities. We never do anything on our own. Everything is in collaboration with authorities. And in which way? The authorities are in a situation where they have a victim in so-and-so area, but the only way that we get to that area is that they have to travel by air, and they can't travel from point A to point B. A call. We're not the government. We're not an investigative agency, but what we are is an institution that the primary interest is to help, support, share resources to fight sexual exploitation. And we call it ends up in immediate response where we buy the ticket for the public officials, we do what we got to do, and then when at the end when we rescue those, and I don't want to take time in this presentation, but at the end of the day, the most important thing is our responsibility as authority. When I was a police officer, what do I do with this victim that I just rescued? We're going to see what can I provide in terms of aid to that person. So where is that police going to find those resources, to whom can they call? And then we have their agencies that provide support, but they have their limited resources. Well, our organization is one that dedicates its funds, its priority to providing that care to those victims. In which way? How so? And I can give different examples that I have lived in my recent last 2 years with this organization. We rescued a victim that was tricked. A youngster, 18, and arrived in the flatlands of the Amazons with Brazil. Thank God they employed her as a cook. But once they knew that she knew how to cook, he says, look, what do you think of the opportunity of earning $500 a month? For her to earn $50 a month, it was a miracle. To earn $500 a month, it was a fortune. And she accepted the job, and who tricked her? Her neighbor of the family tricked her. And she waits to this point in the middle of the Amazon, and she finds a nun as a cook, but exploited sexually. And she was kept in a box and offered to the employees of illegal mining in that area. And then what did we do? We supported the authorities, we rescued the girl, and this girl now, in the process now, that we have here three more that are asking for that one, that is the ones that we have there. And then we have there our organization with Tyler. Actually, these three people, in their miracle, in their dreams, has been destroyed because it was not what you're there. And now they have found this situation as to how am I going to be able to survive? What am I going to do? I don't have an employment for. Well, our organization immediately offered her, what is your dream? What do you wish to do? What do you wish to study? And we found them a scholarship. When we found them this scholarship where they learned a vocational school. And in 6 weeks, she had her certificate of beauty parlor. And we exist fully. Our funds comes from donators. And then what did we do? A donor adopted her virtually and offered her, the girl, all the equipment where she can have independence of being able to work in this as a makeup and a beauty parlor assistant. And they are now feels as if she actually has a life to look forward to. And for me, that is just touching. I think that any organization that can do things like that, we do that daily. I had already explained of where we worked. I had already explained that. Here you can see that in reality, when we have an operation, and this is an example of an operation that we did with our colleagues of DIPRO, that's the Directorate of Special Protection, and where we provide the typical tourist, the typical sexual tourist, a pedophile, a fat guy, that in reality is a retired police officer from the United States that offers to visit a place where they probably have intelligence that they're offering children to foreigners, and then the authorities cannot come into those places because they're not the profile that allows them to come in. And then we come in as a tourist We actually take the intelligence, we report the observations to our colleagues, and once again, all in cooperation with authorities, including prosecutors. And that is what we typically do. In this situation, in the picture here, that we are actually providing cameras, GoPros, to the shock authorities that are going to do an arrest, and we provide them with cameras. Also, you've heard of the aftercare. And then we have Sarah and Tyler, another example of a girl who was tricked. That in reality we helped to rescue. And then there's another key point, so you know. We also help with what is repatriation of victims. We have found situations where a year ago here in Colombia, students of a university were tricked, work opportunities abroad in summer, in their summer break, and then they found themselves in Turkey. And in Turkey, 6 females and 2 males, they found out that it was not work. The girl were going to be exploited sexually in casinos in some remote areas of Turkey. Thank God to an app that there is in Colombia. I think the Migration Authority has created this, but it's an app that one of them had actually arranged in their mobile phone, and there she requested rescue. And then the Colombian authorities find this person in this situation. They begin to collaborate with their attaché in Turkey, and then with the embassy, and then they start the process. Well, the difficulty was that, I don't want to insult anyone, but I was an attaché, and I was the director for the network in all the offices abroad, and then I know bureaucracy. Imagine, I mean, they had to ask the chancellor to a note and whatever, but one of those authorities here knows who we are. We have worked there, and they immediately call us and tell us, Carlos, look, we have 6 now that are requesting assistance that we need to go rescue. So, well, I notified the regional director for those area, who actually had contacts in the Turkish police, and the police arranged a rescue, and they rescued the victims. Now they found that situation. Now what are we going to do with them? And that is where we provided the budget. Our logistics department immediately bought them a ticket to take them out of there, transfer them 10 hours in a bus to Istanbul, and in Istanbul we paid a hotel because we wanted to take them there from the area of there, and the next day they were on a flight and got to their country. So that is another example, and we're interested in providing support to the authorities. I'm going to leave it there. It's in English, but Jessica Mas is the director for this section of aftercare. So that you can hear her message, it would be a good idea. Yo soy Jessica, está en español abajo.
Lamentablemente, la dimensión del tráfico humano, la trata de seres humanos en mi país es muy grande y es una problemática muy compleja.
Y es por eso que se ha creado esta Fiscalía Especializada en Delitos de Trata de Personas, para que no sea conocida por cualquier fiscalía, sino por una especializada y que pueda abordar todos estos temas preventivos de persecución y de protección y asistencia a las víctimas.
Our whole team believes so strongly that when the arrest happens and the girls are freed, that that's just the beginning of the journey. If you're not able to really have aftercare with services of mental health, with vocational training, with creating places where they can go to create a livable income, then 80% go back into some type of sexual exploitation or trafficking. But what that says to me is there's 80% of children and teenagers and young adults that we can have an impact on. We have the opportunity to help them with vocational training, with providing some type of skill so that they can have a livable income and so that they never have to go back to any type of human trafficking or sexual exploitation, but that their dreams can really be fulfilled, that they have that opportunity to explore what they feel like they were meant to do and why they're on this earth.
And I think that you have already heard my message. We always work hand in hand with local police. We work, for us, bureaucracy doesn't exist. There are processes on how to request assistance. We also work with other NGOs and we support other NGOs. I think that perhaps Tyler is going to explain some of the NGOs with whom we work here in Colombia, that we support in very different ways. Also, something that I bring to this care and to your attention, I draw attention to it. We have a project of canines that detect the digital evidence in the investigation of what is child pornography. Normally, those pedophiles, what they do is that they keep all their information not on a dark web that is difficult to find, but also they have their evidence in the SD's cards, their mobile phones, and their like. And since these investigators and all these police know that in reality they have ways of hiding, that it's almost impossible in executing an arrest warrant to find it. So unless you break down the wall, so this canine detects a chemical in all these digital tools. And then we have there, and this is an example of one of the dogs that we have donated to Thailand, and they're in use in Thailand. But in the 50 states in the United States, we have donated it to local police, to local agencies, the dog. So what does that indicate? So what it does is that the dog is that we offer and we invite a public official that is going to be elected, selected there to adopt a child. Because this dog is going to live with them. And then we have their he doesn't eat only when they're being trained or working. So then is not abuse, is actually good. You have to train the dog. And then we have to find out where the mobile phone that is there. And then we have there, and that's the way that the dog works. I have an example of Hidu, who, as I said, is in Thailand, but we had them in the US, and it ended up something. We had an investigation, and then we had in Mexico, we had our organization, and then we have here. And then we have and we had an Airbnb for pedophiles.
Encontramos a este fulano en México y en colaboración con las autoridades
And then in collaboration with the authorities, we did this once, and then we had them there. And then is how we find the evidence of all the acts that we have here. And then we actually brought Hiru to the site so that we can have their. And this is in Mexico. This is our founder, Tim Ballard, that you see him in the black jacket there, and so if you find there, when you see the evidence, he actually lays down. He doesn't destroy the evidence, he just lays down. Now, if you allow me to speak a bit more about this case with our authorities in Ecuador. Now, this is important about this group of pedophiles of which I talk about, a network in Mexico, and I tell you clearly, they exist as a party in the legislature of Holland up until 2014. The party represented the interest of pedophiles. They, in reality, their message, it's actually have a child, and then we have there, and then to have sex with an adult. In the process, the legislature fired this group, and then we have them to the underground, and then we have there to follow their interest of creating a pedophile group in the underground that many of you seek daily through internet and the dark web. And then in that process, this gentleman in Mexico was trying to find Ukrainian children, wanted to exploit the opportunity of the war with Russia to buy Ukrainian children. And then in the process, we captured this information by another NGO that actually brought it to us because they knew of our capability to support in these operations. And that's how the founder began to have communication with this person about the internet, and we proposed a meeting with the intent of bringing a Ukrainian girl. By a miracle, what do we have? A girl, a Ukrainian girl, who is our employed, that has 34 years of age. But if you look at it, she looks like 12. And this pedophile, if you imagine when you see the image, when she sees them sitting next to her of the founder in a virtual way, she was like a crazy dog. He was like, I want to buy her, I want her right now. He was just going haywire. And then we started with this operation, and we identified that in the process of the conversation, he indicates that he had just actually arrived from another country in Latin America. And there our interest is what country? He wouldn't tell us, but in the process of his arrest, his passport indicate that he came from Ecuador. And that's where we started to work again, to collaborate with the Ecuadorians, and immediately they started an operation, supervision, and our expert in cybercrime started to track a picture that this guy in Mexico had, and we found the hotel, the Airbnb, that is in a remote area of Ecuador, that they were using this situation was that this city was the epicenter of the earthquake of 2016, and they were in a horrible situation in terms of the infrastructure. And then they actually proposed it, and they were using that hotel with the interest of actually having it ready so that the pedophiles could come in the way that they were preparing, that we had opened a food bank, and it was exclusively for children of 5 to 11 years of age in the community. I, in my process of the arrest, in speaking with the adults, when they said, look, come on, can't you realize that this is weird stuff? I mean, they commented, youngsters. Yeah, it was kind of odd, but they didn't want to have conversations with adults, only with children. I mean, come on, as parents, as police, as brothers, as sisters, I mean, that kind of answer should just draw your attention immediately, and that's how we got to that investigation. And here, the need the unit of arrested Marcelo E., who had child pornographic materials of about 13 little girls, and however, he was freed because the prosecutor of Ambato did not press charges. This person was hidden in a home in one of their members of the Friends, absolutely, that they run of Tumuragua. You have a right to remain quiet. You have a right to a lawyer. I actually had to run to Peru. However, the national police recaptured him, and they were seeking him. There's in a range of age between 8 and 12 years of age. And so far, we don't know the reason for the prosecutor of the case did not formulate charges again, in spite of the evidence found. Obviously, it's the responsibility of the parents to have greater control. I am not eluding my responsibility. Also, laws should be more head-on in this sense. We know that while he was being sought, he kept on having contact with girls through social networks. And although it is true that the person is arrested, it's also important that that we establish like a type of psychological treatment in a communique of the prosecutors, that the ones there would have to have preventive jail to guarantee his presence in the courts. As this type of citizens, they have very strong scope, and the arrestee has a track record of sexual aggression and other criminal records he has there. Well, who was this guy? Did you see that image? And excuse me there that I don't know for the word for. Clown. What they offered was to the parents, look, I'm a clown, and the parent employed him to go to birthday parties. And he actually stayed with the kids while the parents were in another room taking advantage among the adults. And what they think they're doing, he is beginning to draft his victims. So it's important in being a parent to be attentive in the vulnerability that our children have. And the last one, and that's it, and I'll finish. Another one here, another example that I have of our collaboration. 4 minors were rescued in Chameleon against sexual exploitations of children in Bogota, where we actually did the operations. Maria Fernanda? Rafael, actually, the jobs there is we actually did it in 3 night lights in the Venecia area in Tunjuelito. It was a strong hit against the sexual exploitation and people trafficking through the Chameleon operation. Alias Camelia was a pimp and an alleged leader of an organization that used children and teenagers, and they exploited. 4 of them were rescued. They were made into an instrument and exploited sexually in an illicit way. through a criminal network that operated here in the city of Bogota and Cucuta. This is actually a transnational crime. This crime doesn't know any borders, so please, part of the importance of this NGO is really to enable authorities around the world so that they can fight not only against sexual exploitation, but actually the issue of trafficking. After 4 months of follow-up, the police and the prosecutors, accompanied by international organizations, executed 3 arrest warrants and prostitution houses that had minors. This criminal network actually took advantage of the vulnerability of children, adolescents, and teenagers, mostly Venezuelans, to subject them to all types of abuse. These teenagers, through tricks and, of course, with the offering of some money, some economic incentive, were subjected to this abuse by foreigners that come to these places. The members of these criminal network were prosecuted for prostitution with minors, racketeering, and people trafficking. And here, what you don't know is that those victims are minors until the adults. They were offered the service of aftercare so that we can. So we actually provided psychologists, specialists, but also another life. At the end of the day, another very important message, the reason why we're so interested in supporting this event is that there you heard me. I think that you understood my Spanish, but this crime is not a crime that impacts Colombia or a country. This is a transnational crime. And I, as a career investigator, my approach in investigation is to find the ties, the transnational ties to transnational crime. Because remember, in the way in which this investigation ended up, in the arrests of the people who are treating now, the interest is that they offer the support to the police so that they can investigate the transnational network. That is our interest, because rescuing these 4 girls, these victims, and what happens? Well, the traffickers have someone on top of them. But what are they going to do? They're going to recruit more victims. So the way that we have to pay and stop this is to tackle organized crime, transnational organized crime, and to hit the head of the organizations and to take away their assets so that we can keep our population safe. At the end, you heard me speak a bit at the beginning of the victim that was tricked. I'm going to allow you to hear the voice of a victim of people trafficking requesting assistance, rescue. Hello. Hello. Daughter. Yes. Help me. Where are you? Is that location, is that where you are? Yes, in this location, that's where I am, in the Pampa. And what's going on? What is that? Is that local? Is that prostitution? That's video. What is that? Have they tricked you? Yes. The kids come, yes, and this prostitution. And then there are different things. I don't want this. Don't worry. Look, listen, be attentive. I'm going to go right now to make it present. I'm going to notify the police. Just be there. Just be there, okay? Just be attentive. Okay. Well, message, takeaway at the end. Remember, we are the voice for those who cannot express themselves. That is one of those childs that actually requested help, and the mom was able to receive that call at 2 a.m. in the middle of a high side in a very humble area of Peru. But please remember how many other people are requesting help and no one is hearing. So it is all of our responsibilities to help for this cause of rescuing people and to stop this type of exploitation. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Massa, for your great presentation. And next, we would like to invite the group or the Company of Dance and Culture for the piece of the San Carlos directed by Vladimir Fueso. This is a project that is done with the purpose of providing social services, and at the same time it gives the possibility of students to use their free time properly and to interact with their environment through their talent in presentations with foundations, elderly and children, as well as teenagers. We'd like you to view while our artists change. We'd like you to view this video that we're about to see, and this is this. So please view the video. Kids are always first. Kids are always first here and around the world. Yeah, around the world. Yes. Yeah, we're all committed with the children in such a way that how can I tell you this? How can I explain you this? And here you have to have education and health and culture and to be treated like that and to grow with love and your nationality, your name and a right to a family. Yeah, 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 yeah. Families always first, children always first. And we have to respect the rights of children, like the right of free expression. And I tell you, yes, and that's why I remind you to the protection of the child. That is something very vital, and then we do, and the team and theirs, and it's a world commitment. And that's what you have is always the first thing, and you can do there, and then we have there the first thing, and then we have to know that in their life, God, country, it's an honor to be a police, Colombia's national police.
Hej, jag heter Charissa. Jag är 19 år gammal och bor i Sverige i Söderhamn. Alla barn har rätt att ha ett hem där vi kan beskydda oss från kylan och bo med vår familj. Låt oss bli ett hem där vi kan leva med förståelse, tolerans, vänskap, kärlek och beskydd.
Todos los niños tenemos derecho a un nombre y una nacionalidad desde que nacemos. Soy Ana María Rojas Peña, tengo 8 años, soy colombiana, vivo en México, tengo nacionalidad de México. Imagínate que no tenga nombre, tener nombre es saber quién soy y que todos puedan identificar. Ya que sabes nuestros derechos, compártelo con tu familia, tus amigos y tu profesor. Entre todos nos protegemos. Hasta la próxima.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Sarai, j'habite à Nîmes, France. Tous les enfants ont le droit à une vie et une famille. Toi aussi, la famille nous aide et nous protège. Ils nous donnent de l'affection et ils doivent nous éduquer avec l'exemple. Merci à la police pour garantir le droit à la famille.
Hola, me llamo Santiago, tengo 14 años y vivo en Valladolid, España. A mí me encanta jugar, a ti también, ¿no? Pues todos los niños tenemos derecho a jugar. Ayúdanos a conservar nuestro derecho a la recreación y deporte.
Hi, I'm Kathy. I'm 12 years old and I'm from Center Ridge, New York. Children's rights are like a shield that protect us from all the bad like injustice, and they make sure that we can go free and safe. So I want to ask all the United worldwide guarantee us the protection right for us children.
Una comunicación policial innovadora.
Dios y patria. Es un honor ser policía.
Let's welcome dance, art, and culture from our piece. Let's continue with our today's agenda. We'll welcome Dr. Rocio, consultant from Coordination and Fight Against People's Trafficking, with the presentation Fight Against Exploitation, Abuse, and Sexual Harassment. Dr. Rocio is coordinator of the Fight Against Human Trafficking and Illicit Traffic of Migrants of UNOC, Colombia. She is a specialist in public management and candidate to doctor in public policies from Córdoba University in Argentina. She has been in the team of UNOC supporting the capacities for the fight against human trafficking in Colombia, and also working in territorial policies and the construction of tools to implement a regulatory framework with attention to victims of human trafficking. As researcher, she's worked with the phenomena in Colombia. She supported the development and support of projects in Peru, Colombia, and Ecuador. The floor is yours, madam. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your invitation. For us as Office of the United Nations Against Crime and Drugs. So it's a pleasure to share with you this space. Now, in the morning, we want to work with two concepts that are pretty closely related and are connected crimes for the legal framework in Colombia. They're separated. They may happen simultaneously. You could have similar characteristics, but human trafficking in Colombia and sexual commercial exploitation of children and adolescents are two different things that have to be addressed with certain particularities. Unfortunately, that has impacted negatively the population of children and adult boys and girls and adolescents in the country. So something that is very important to consider, to bear in mind, is that both situations, both human trafficking and sexual exploitation for commercial purposes of boys, girls, and adolescents, so it's within the framework that has to do with sexual violence against children and adolescents. So, and this situation, unfortunately, has been worsening, especially because of the conditions generated by the pandemics of COVID-19. Throughout the pandemics, we had situations that increased the vulnerability. So one of them was access to education. Many children and adolescents had to pay to stop their the school activities. So because of the pandemic, they didn't have resources to do it. So those are boys and girls who ended up out of the educational system, increasing their vulnerabilities, increasing the risks, ending up being victims of that crime, of those crimes. But children who had access to electronic devices and internet, they were exposed as well, especially because they changed their routines and they moved in a few hours perhaps being on the web to spend hours and hours, 8 hours connected at school, doing their homework, sending everything they had with but it was the only contact they had with their friends. This increased the risk of being recruited through social networks. In the United States, the organizations that perform follow-up to the dynamics on the deep web, so the number of pedophiles in the web increased considerably as far as children stay longer connected. So we have two panoramas, two scenarios, and also at the same time, because of the pandemics that generated some poverty, extreme poverty situations in many families, which led to the children left their educational systems to generate some type of income for their families. Clearly put, that in the informal sector, especially, for example, in recycling, street vending, and these activities that expose children and adolescents to risk and danger situations, because their activities developed in the streets. For adults, and very few times do they have control and possibility to make, let's say, follow-up on protection for children. With that scenario a little bit concerning, we understand that sexual violence against children, boys, girls, and adolescents, they use the force or any other type of physical coercion or psychological or emotional coercion. Sexual violence is every behavior that's exercised, not necessarily regarding with rape. There are other ways of doing it. So this is also related with an issue of power relationship existing among children, and so this is also pretty somehow intermediated by the way the culture generates those type of relations. We always see children as the minors who in fact so they're younger than 18 years, but they're not a minor. It's just a person who's in a process. And the way to relate themselves, so that generates that adults will develop a power relationship on children that unfortunately they're later used for sexual violence. So we have profiting of inequality conditions, clearly put. For example, in ESNA, they take advantage of this poverty situation or needs of the child to offer them any type of pay, any type of benefit, quote, in exchange for the sexual exploitation. And they have also advantage taking in because of their defenseless situation. So there are people who have no protection. They don't have the same capacity, neither physical nor psychological, as those of the adults, and that's also properly taken advantage by those who exercise violence. There are several ways or types of sexual violence. The main one is sexual commercial exploitation, which is known as which is called commercial exploitation for children and adolescents. So this is starting with an exchange or promise of exchange of money or species or of any other nature that could be directly by the person, by the criminals or by third parties. So that is what unfortunately we still know as child prostitution, which is a term that we need to eliminate, because we don't have child prostitution, we have sexual commercial exploitation of children and adolescents. So in this we have clearly the need, the exposure and all the terms we've seen. So what does the victimizer do? He offers money, hosting, boarding, any other thing that the child may require, may need, in exchange for a sexual relationship. And this sexual exploitation is given in different scenarios. For example, in the riverways and roads, in the ports. So many of you know the histories of children that is known as the girls that read the rag in national ways where girls go out in the street, they use a type of sign, and truck drivers, they stop, they pick them up. So they exploit them sexually, they take them to a point where when they return, they do the same. We'll exchange for what, 10, 5, 10, 15,000 pesos, or in exchange for food. This is frequent in national roads, in the border. And I think that this is of special attention considering the fact of migratory flows, evidenced from several. For transit, as a matter of fact, this is one of the most important points for migration in the world. So we receive migrants not only from Venezuela, but also we receive them from other continents. So people from Asia, Africa, and any other nationality who end up here in Colombia to be able to pass to Central America and reach the United States border or Canada, which is the main objectives they have. So in these border areas, be it the border with Venezuela, with Ecuador, or Panama, sexual exploitation for commercial purposes is evident. Why? Because boys, girls, and adolescents who are in transit, who are migrating, so many times, most of the times, they do not have the resources nor the protection of the adults. What happens then is that the criminals use that condition to abuse and exploit them sexually in exchange for food, any type of material they may need, to continue the transit, or in exchange for money so they can pay what it may cost the route. So the armed conflict is also exploitation scenario for sexual exploitation. Whenever there are illegal armed groups, generally, these groups control not only illegal businesses, but also businesses like prostitution. But unfortunately, they include the exploitation of children. So indigenous people, they have a vulnerability situation that's a very big regarding sexual exploitation, because also in many times they are in situations of precarious situations, socially and economic, generating scenarios where exploiters take advantage of them. The prostitution areas where they mix prostitution of adults with commercial sexual exploitation, travels and tourism, that are also scenarios that allow or facilitate sexual exploitation from boys, girls, and adolescents. We are working in 8 municipalities in the province of Antioquia to strengthen the capacities of tourist operators to identify and prevent this type of situations. And we're also working with children and from educational institutions from those 8 Antioquian municipalities to generate tools that would allow them to identify when they have this risk situation for sexual exploitation, and especially to take them out of the normalization generated through this. So in trips and travels, sexual exploitation is sold as an additional tourist activity, and that generates the normalization of these activities in the cities when we have a great flow of tourists. It is normal to see that as they sell tourism to certain boats, speed boats, going to meet a place, they also sell them drugs, unfortunately. And also they tell them, okay, we also have boys, girls from the age you want, and where you can do whatever you want. So these situations, in the environments in which they work, it's important to consider them. And in the end, we have extraction, illegal extraction, and also mega projects. So, when you have the workers' camps, and also the second point that they install there are the brothel houses. So, for boys, girls, and adolescents, it's because they pay better, unfortunately. And this is a sexual exploitation for commercial purposes. We need to bear that in mind. What is commercial exploitation for children? So, first, exploitation is a term which means that we obtain profit through the abuse, vulnerability, inequity. We obtain an advantage or the trust. So, that is to exploit, is to profit, to benefit from something or someone through the use of vulnerability, in the case of boys, girls, and adolescents, of inequity present, and because of the lack of and the trust the boys, girls, and adolescents have towards adults. Sexually corresponds to a very wider conception, not just regarding abuse, sexual abuse, harassment, or penetration, but also includes other types of situation we'll be talking about later on. Commercially, because it offers with promise to deliver goods or any type of benefit for the child. And something important here is that it's not limited to criminal organized groups. So, sexual exploitation is not exercised only through some groups or criminals. Sexual exploitation, many a times, is exercised by the family themselves. We had information of cases in which mothers or aunts or grandparents allowed and facilitated sexual exploitation of their children, daughters or their granddaughters or grandchildren, boys or girls who were under their care. So it is not a situation of organized criminality, but also a situation generated, facilitated by the family themselves. Boys, girls, and adolescents correspond to all of those who are under 18 years of age. As I said, sexual exploitation is not only linked to penetration, but it also has other ways to express itself. For example, pornography, which is any type of representation of boys, girls, and adolescents or minors involved in sexual illegal activities. So this issue of pornography has increased also because of the pandemics, because they've taken advantage clearly of the restrictions that at a given moment arose to avoid contagion. And it said that private scenarios like apartment homes and apartments were used to generate pornographic media with the facility they had, so that since there was a limitation of mobility, so also the authorities, it was easier for them, it was complex for them to have the raids and the research and eviction. So that was also increased through the pandemics. So we have the grooming, which is a fake relationship with a boy or girl or adolescent with the purpose of getting to know him or her and turning him or her or him in a more vulnerable person. Many times we listen to adults who create fake profiles on the internet to contact minors, and through that generate a relation to later on reach the sexual exploitation level. Sexting, the sending of images, texts, audio or video of sexual nature, very suggestive through cell phones or any other type of devices. And finally, sextortion, which is sex bribery, taking advantage of the images sent to sexting to also extort or to blackmail children. So you better than I know that about situations where children end up involved, even in sexual exploitation directly, because the person who was doing the sextortion takes advantage of that material, tells them, okay, if you don't do what I tell you, that material is going to be in the media. Or we send it to your parents or to the adult who take care of you. Sometimes because of the fear, and they end up doing what the adult is telling them to do. What's the impact that is nowadays commercial sexual exploitation has? And what's the context of the phenomenon? So there exists the persistence, and we have stereotypes regarding sexuality and gender identity. These stereotypes make it possible to facilitate scenarios to facilitate commercial sexual exploitation. So the stereotype of what we call the Lolita, the girl with the uniform, from a school uniform that men love, to so call it. So that helps to generate those sexual exploitation spaces. We have a dynamics there in terms of exploitation. Many times the adults, they know what's going on, and they say, okay, but poor girl is the only way she has to make a living. But even this man is providing her with money for them to eat, and that is somehow accepted. Yes, right. If the tourist wants this, okay. If they want boys, girls, and adolescents to have sex, we give it to them. So they are the ones who bring the money here. So that's a natural process. Another thing that I've heard from officials. So the girls like that. So they like to buy expensive cell phones. So that it's not a problem. Girls like that. So those are naturalizations of the situation. So, and what happens when you make that something natural? It stops being relevant and it stops being a crime for this society. Yes, it's in the criminal code, so it's something normal, but it's something that it's part of the scenario and the social scenario. So when we make that natural in terms of behavior, what happens is that clearly the society becomes more permissive, more lenient, and they generate even the same spaces and facilitating them. Apart from that, the recognition of boys, girls, and adolescents as victims because of their vulnerability and threats or addiction to psychoactive substances. Many times, children, boys and girls and adolescents, they end up being engaged in drug consumption to somehow put up and escape weight regarding that sexual exploitation. That double condition makes it possible for many authorities to say, okay, if he's a consumer of psychoactive substances, he's a drug addict, she's a drug addict, so it's normal to see those situations at the same time. No, nor one nor the other is normal with boys, girls, and adolescents. On the other hand, we have the lack of conceptual knowledge by the part of the authorities to identify the phenomenon. We'll listen, for example, child or children prostitution. We talk about proxenetism or abuse, or even the children's prostitution or the exploitation or the pimping of children exists. No, that's sexual exploitation for commercial purposes. See, I talk about prostitution. I'm saying that one person, an adult, takes the decision to exercise, to be in that situation. When I say that one boy, girl, or adolescent is prostituted, I'm taking away the responsibility from the adult the adult that is having sexual relations with that boy or girl, and removing this responsibility from the society to protect the boy, the girl, or adolescent who's being exploited. So, so that's those are totally different things. When we talk about power relations, we are talking about how adults, as I said, we relate with boys, girls, and adolescents. One adult, when we talk about sexual exploitation, has the capacity to persuade and have access sexually to the minor of 18 years of age. That's the first thing they show. I give you. So I pay you this much. I buy your cell phone. Or I make, because I have the capacity. So, they have some unmet needs that are not necessarily in material terms. So, because those needs are regarding or related to affection, boys, girls, and adolescents who are suffering violence at home, they have a higher risk of ending up sexually abused or being part of the human trafficking, because they look any way of affection in other people. And these are the hooks, to so call it, that have the exploiters, so the pimps, the proxenetes. And the important point is that the adult has the knowledge regarding of what is being done, that he knows he is committing a crime. An adult cannot say that this is normal for me to have sexual relationship with minors, because that is not normal. And we know that it is within the national legislation framework. The boy, girl, adolescent many times does not know that that is a crime. Or, simply put, he assumes that this is a normal situation that may somehow be used to be able to satisfy the needs at that moment. Another important topic is that the adult has a sexual experience tied to his or her age, and they know about prevention of these sexual diseases. Boys, girls, or adolescents, generally speaking, they have a very basic sexual education. As a matter of fact, sexual education in Colombia is not very wide. So even now, boys, girls, and adolescents who do not have access to educational system, who cannot talk about these subjects with their parents or carers, they don't know absolutely anything regarding those issues regarding sexuality. Apart from that, they don't know about subjects like contraception, on how to protect from STDs. So, children and adolescents, they end up in a very defenseless situation. So they end up with non-expected pregnancies. They end up being victims of STDs. Now, this was what we talked about: commercial sexual exploitation of boys, girls, and adolescents. It is important to understand that in Colombia, the trafficking of boys, girls, and adolescents is different. So the trafficking of boys, girls, and adolescents for commercial sexual commercial purposes, it's in a different article. It's typified in Article 100 and 188A from the legal code, criminal code, and it sets up that we need to comply with certain key verbs that are key. And to have like the recruitment, movement, reception of a boy, girl, in order to use them in a sexual content activity through or in favor of a pimp or a proxenete. So in people trafficking, someone's going to receive the benefit of that exploitation, and it's not going to be the boy, girl, or the adolescent. So in sexual exploitation cases, so it is similar but it's more related to participation of children in sexual content activities in exchange or with the profit of receiving any promise of receiving any kind of benefit. In sexual exploitation, you may have the child may receive a cell phone, money, market, groceries, or any other type of benefits. In human trafficking, the boy, girl, or adolescent does not receive any benefit because it's just subject to by a trafficker or by a sexual exploiter. So, consent does not.
Consent does not mean that the crime is not committed. In other words, consent is irrelevant. As I was saying, the people trafficking is actually to order their receiving, and then in the ones that we have on adolescents here, pursuant to sexual exploitation, so that it's not necessary to have all the typifications needed. Only with one we can be facing the people trafficking crime. It's actually, you don't need the exploitation in an immediate way. With only having some record that there's an intent of exploitation, we can configure the crime, and it is necessary to show only the intent of the exploitation. And the transfer in the people trafficking could be from the country to abroad, it could be from one province to another, or it could be from one city to another, or even it could be from one borough to the next within the city. Transferring in people traffic, that it actually be transnational. No, that's why we have transnational people traffic and an internal people traffic. Internally, when you do it inside the country. And this is the difference between ESNA and trafficking. It's the actual transporting. Boys and teenage children that are sexually exploited, when they're transferred, you actually are doing the crime of people trafficking. So whenever you take the kid and you actually get him in Bogota, and they tell him that they're gonna take them, I don't know, to study, I don't know, or to work in a store, a clothing store, or they're going to take them to do some activity that draws their attention, and they take them from Bogota to, I don't know, Chia, or from Usaquén to Suba, or from a neighborhood in Bogota to another one in Bogota. There's a transfer. And if the end goal with that transfer is actually to exploit the child or teenager, we have the crime of people trafficking. When the child, the victim, is not transferred and is not taken away from his environment of protection, then we have a case of other forms of exploitation. And among there is the AESNA. This is the difference between the trafficking and then the AESNA. In the trafficking, you need to uproot him from his or her environment to do the exploitation and the subject. In the commercial sexual exploitation, you can keep him at home. So the ESNA, which is the sexual exploitation, family members are the culprits. So the mom that takes the child to the place of the exploitation or receives the exploiting in their home, so that they exploit the child. So here, as I was saying, is if you have a transfer, then we don't have this, but a people trafficking, and then we have these people, it doesn't have labor exploitation or sexual exploitation. You could actually have it there with work that are the begging, organ trafficking, servitude, or sexual tourism. And those are the differences between ESNA and people trafficking. Thank you very much. And I'm here open to any questions you may have. Thank you. That is what today Rocio was saying, was proposing there in the normalization, the effect that we were having, that all were there of understanding that a child that is working is a child that contributes to the family, and a child that is exploited sexually is a child that is also contributing with his work. And remember that the normalization of crimes makes us see to perceive prostitution as a job, we call about the oldest profession in the world. But that's not there. But when we find victims, if I were able to change or pass the slides, can somebody there? I wanted to remind you that in spite of, in a concrete case of people trafficking, we do not know the number, the effective number of people that are trafficked. It is just a tiny percentage what we have recorded in respect of the true number. Why? Because as Massa said some time ago, these are organizations that are, generally speaking, transnational organizations whose drafting occurs in one country, they transfer them later that to another country, and they end up in a third or fourth country depending on the needs that the market may have. Those victims, generally when they come from other countries, they do not travel with documents, so it's very difficult to tally them to really know how much are there, and if they enter illegally. We don't even know that they're within a territory of a country. And what do criminals do? They have the advantage of using the illegal entry to a country to blackmail their victims into keeping quiet, basically because the majorities of their cases they make them participants of document forgery, or they subject them to drug abuse, and that is why they make them believe that instead of victims they could be tried in a foreign country for having come in illegally to the country, etc., or subjected to deportation or the like. But also, victims, when they are displaced within the territory of the same country, they don't have any records of their movement, and I continue to insist that the number of victims is always, for this very reason, is an uncertain number. The majority of the victims here, they actually draw our attention of the authorities because they go unnoticed, and children as well as teenagers in their majority move from one place to another, for all of us, invisible. We only see them when the case started. As a former judge married to a prosecutor, and that we have worked at home, it's common to work all the time of the police back to back. I was part of a system. We do not have an accusing system. My wife was a prosecutor in a system that was an accusatory system, and we always had contact, and we always worked shoulder to shoulder with them. And we ended up having cases of this nature, and we saw that as soon as we entered with this situation, when the investigation was highly advanced, and children had been exploited for long periods of time. I also want you to remember that there are certain risk factors that favor the crime of people trafficking, and among them it's poverty, because that is one of the prime reasons as to why there's actually sexual exploitation and people trafficking. Poverty, inequality economically, that countries in Latin America, we typically suffer that. The low educational level. Rocio used to say that that the pandemic unlinked a bunch of children and teenagers from the educational systems. So we always say It is a terror film that is called What the Pandemic Left Us. And now we have to add what the war between Russia and Ukraine is leaving us. Our organization that is tied basically, and it has activities in Europe, Africa, and Asia, it is seeing with horror that when there is people that have to be displaced for reasons of war or whatever reason it may be, the international organizations of people traffickers are on the ball with all this situation, and that they exploit it. And when it is the more the movement, the better for them. This is what I was mentioning, the internal political conflict in the different countries. Also, although it may seem strange, not in our countries, I have had, due to this work, to travel all of Latin America, and it's not an issue of legislation. It's an issue, perhaps, not of lack of legislation, actually of not knowing the law or not enforcing the law in the respective countries. In other places of the planet, yes, there is total absence of an adequate legislation to protect this people traffic, and natural disasters are another factor. The internal deterioration or dismantling of the family nucleus, the non-functional or disintegrated family, and some social cultural aspect on the equity of gender, or making poverty a feminine issue, that sometimes we have the lack of remunerated jobs, the salary gaps based fundamentally on gender, are matters that impact very, very profoundly in this situation. You, the majority police, I don't know, there must be prosecutors here too, right? In the audience, you're going to have access, or you're going to be the first respondents of the victims. And victims are vulnerable for the factors that one spoke about. They use forged passports, they are illegal aliens, and they're involved in other crimes like drug consumption. So under the first appearance, when you receive a victim, you don't treat them as a victim. You treat them as a possible criminal. And while you treat them as a possible criminal integrated to this person, but the person is not your fault, it's actually our fault of all of us. When they brought me a criminal news, where they told me passport forging, where they had obviously participation of these people, I didn't doubt that said that it was responsible of a crime of forgery, without analyzing it too deeply. The international legislation and internal laws have made it to this to be very. So what we try to do in our training, not today, this is a very quick walkthrough to not bore anyone, but in the arrangements that my organization has with police and prosecutors throughout America and throughout the world, we try to learn to communicate with the victim, and we try to teach you how to communicate with the victim. And it's important that in this communication to try to detect if we are in respect of a true victim or another type of victim that is not a genuine victim. Why is it important to identify the victim the identification of the victim is perhaps the first and most difficult in this complex crime of people trafficking. Why? Because it is necessary to determine first to protect his physical integrity, the protecting or restitution of their rights, which are human rights, not of any type, but actually the most important, and for the purposes of being able to to try the traffickers is to call to the responsibility, and the Palermo Protocol ended up to give us some light in respect of what to do with people trafficking. And it's been running 22, 23 years in the year 2000, but the Palermo Protocol was reinforced in the year 2002 with the High Commissioner of the UN that actually speaks about principles and guidelines of human rights and of people trafficking specifically, and that is a reference guideline that tackles the topic as serious as theirs of re-victimization of victims and the like. When we try to answer this question, because it is important to identify because it's probable that they have physical, psychological with which they need assistance immediately, we don't have to take too long to identify. For the identification actually comes, or obviously the violation of human rights of teenagers, but this is where I wanted to actually stop a bit more. We have intelligence indicators of attempts of crime organizations of infiltrating victims, non-genuine victims, in our support programs. And what is the goal of bringing them into our support infiltration? Basically, is to localize victims that have managed to escape, and then they're in the process of testifying against organizations, crime organizations of this type. And also, as a second issue, to redraft them or reforce them to this work. The victims of people trafficking are generally easy of drawing them back to being subject to people trafficking. When the victim is rescued, when you don't have a program after the fact, which is what my colleague here in the Underground Railroad is speaking, when you don't have that after care, the victim says, well, I used to earn $100 or I earn $200 every time that per night. You have to put a figure, okay? And what is the state offering me? Nothing. I was rescued, sure, yeah. Yes, I left, yes, but what am I going to do now to preserve my way of living, to be able to finance my family? How am I going to rear my children if I don't have any income? So this is, in part, the fundamental point of what our organization services, which is aftercare. The aftercare to be able to reinsert the victim into a reasonable form of life, of society, and to take them out of the exercise of prostitution or forced labor. Because it's not always people trafficking associated with sexual exploitation. No, we can have organ trafficking, forced labor, all these forms of trafficking, so that they don't fall in the network. We have to have some chores for them to do after they have been rescued. And today, I don't know why I'm having some bad experiences with this button in passing the slides. In the process of identifying here, and this is the practical aspect that I wanted to do. And I wanted to actually help. Somebody can help me with this, actually showing that I am old even to press a button. I mean, this general is laughing at me, but that's the truth. So within the indicators here, and this is the part that I wanted to say that it was more practical, and this is a personal experience and the experiences of others, but basically it's personal experience, and then we have different stages to identify a victim, and then we have prior to the interview, the ones that we have, the identification ones, and then the material to additionally that prosecutors may have. Within the first, there are certain golden rules. As old as I am, I want to share as clear and so that you can learn it. There are no indicators that guarantee with absolute certainty the identification of a genuine victim of people trafficking. There are some indicators, but they're not flawless. They're not exhibit. How have you been mistreating me? Okay, right. I'm just about finished. Now they're telling me to be on time. Yeah, I'll finish. Rocio exceeded her time and she didn't do it. This is a discrimination against the elderly. Well, the indicators do not guarantee the identification, total certainty of a genuine victim. Those indicators are like any pointers. The initial test, actually here, the initial evidence, yes, if not all indicators there's and lead me to one end conclusion, I do not have absolute certainty. Indicators that I'm going to list here, they admit exceptions, and I'm going to do it quick and so before I get hit for exceeding my time. And here we have one, the first is age. The older they are, less of a victim of theirs. Old people don't get people traffic except for labor trafficking, but aside from that, no. The gender. For trafficking with sexual exploitation and in the field of heterosexual prostitution, the majority and the most profitable is the woman. So be very attentive in the gender in this issue. The nationality. They usually come from poor countries, countries that are in conflict, wars, of places for where they're easily identifiable.
Documentation. Here we have a problem because finally people who are victims of human trafficking, they don't have their documents, their ID. In trafficking with purposes of labor exploitation is made by their employees or those who exploit them at work. Those are the ones who keep the documents for themselves, their IDs, and also with sexual exploitation purposes, trafficking. So the last location, where does it come from? Where did it run away from? On my farm, we used to cut sugarcane in the north of Uruguay. Was it brought from Brazil? He doesn't know how to write or not read, so he can, for example, sugarcane 12 or 17 hours, depending on the collection, on the type of plantation they had. So he's run away, or he's coming to the police to report on the situation. Other different circumstances. We have here very repetitive circumstances. It was a rescue. Who paid for that? A ransom. Was it by an NGO or was it was a client from the brothel who felt bad about him or her and he gave her money. And the evidence of abuse, it's not just about being hit or mistreated, but there could be also psychological abuse. Post-traumatic effect stress is very common. So also burning off and being exhausted because of the consumption of drugs. And generally they are referred to by an NGO or an agency. It's easier to identify them. So the golden rule, the indicators we have here, they could be interpreted in one way or another. The objective, it could be considered as a total to make a decision properly. The interview. In our courses, we talk about the PEACE model, which comes from a system that was implemented in the United Kingdom when Superior Tribunal began revoking, because the questionings developed were not very ethical. They promised things that they shouldn't have been promised. And my time, at least, the most important thing was to get a confession. So currently, all of the questioning systems, well, they have a tend to obtain information from Intel to be able to widen it. So we wanted them to declare immediately for all the responsibility and close the case. So the peace model is the anagram of planning, planification, engagement, account stands for account, or let's say the narrative, C, closure, and E, evaluation. So that's the form or the model that the interview has. We don't even call it a hearing, we call it an interview. And I assure you that in real life we have gotten very good results. Even so, the best practices should consider the existence of an interpreter. So to have people who are victims of human trafficking from Asia, from China, from India as well, psychologist or specialized advisor, it's better to have the person there before a victim in order to determine if it's really a victim. A legal advisor, we have lawyers, so we have to keep them there. Even if you guys don't like lawyers, you have to have us there so the victim may be informed in what his status is and why he's in that type of audience. Children, boys, girls, and adults are still the most vulnerable. And some legal frameworks, for example, they impose, they demand to have a third party that's independent, a psychologist, a counselor, someone, or maybe through a GCL camera. Our colleagues from Chile, they have super advanced systems for questioning, which really envy you a lot. But I'm going to go see you guys how you do that, because in Uruguay that's not yet working. GCLC cameras do not work. We have some on your GSL cameras. But the idea is to provide you with GCL cameras with movement. That is to say, some trucks that we use, and we plan to install that GCL cameras to mobilize them to certain areas that are very aloof from civilization. Some questions, specific questions for you in terms of identification. This is the day-to-day activity you have. You know how to question people, of course, but in the part of recruiting them, but they're basic questions. But don't forget to make them, because this is determining and showing us the existence of a human trafficking crime that's in the conception or in transportation, and also in this stage. These are some of the questions we have. It's always good to have them, to bear them in mind. And in the exploitation phase, so basically we have what's the activity, what were the activities, with the degree of freedom for a movement, so it comes to our minds. So what was it before? When we go to the document part, which is the additional material. So the police report document, it is statements or sanitary statements online visible right now. So reports on previous medical treatment, copies of work contracts. But before they reach the last one, I didn't point it out, but it doesn't matter. So mobile phones. Always, everywhere we had these type of interventions. I was a judge, of course. We practice now the assistance in, for example, on raiding situations. Everyone has has a mobile phone. Work with that. So So, for example, in a case of infraction, so so that's and we need to analyze that. So there you're going to find the transactions. So you're going to find not very long ago, more than a year ago, we had a raid, a research. So we have a series of girls were the gentlemen who were very important. They ended up to formalize themselves before the tribunal started by the General Prosecutor's Office for cooperating or helping or promoting prostitution. Where did all that evidence come from? It came from the mobile phones because they are an endless source of intel. So trafficking is always a base crime from money laundering. So always look for transactions. I'm just suggesting look for transaction on the cell phones of that type. Why is it difficult, let's say, to identify the crime? Because the crime has a hidden nature, so it's more hidden than any other type of crime. Because we have a lack of knowledge, that we said, okay, look under the surface, always look there, look under the surface. We have problems in terms of perception of the victim. Many a time we don't see the victim as itself. So, what Carlos referred to today is the lack of resources. Why is it so? Because generally, and not always, this is transnational crime. It's very difficult to make the prosecution or the investigation. So, in some legislation that would allow us to do so. In general, the legislations impose that, or at least on me as a judge, to send a letter before the Supreme Court to go before a judge. So all those mechanisms that give us a lot of juridic security, like the rogatory letters we used to send many times ago, but the treaties also, they use the control of victims. They are kept isolated, nor contacted with anyone. And that turns the fact that people traffickers, they have a whole strategic plan developed so that the victim is going to be taken to prison, and therefore they're afraid of the police, of the judges, and everyone else. Many of the victims are not acknowledged as such. So I'm working, I'm contributing for my family. People do not perceive them as victims. Hundreds of people, let's say, in reduced communities, well, it's identified by that normalization that Rocio pointed out, is that they're working and they're making money. That's what they want to justify. After having contact with the foreign world, so victims are not properly identified. And we have other problems, and they are also subject to. Oh, okay, we talked about this. Sorry about that. Who can help us identify the everything of these? Many of the cases we've had, they give the key, the startup point for each of the cases. So social workers, the post office workers, because there's a lot of stigmatization there. So we have job inspectors and so forth. Why is it so difficult to stop? Because it's a profitable illegal business, and the requests of labor are always out there. And as I said, crime is difficult to hide. These are some of the additional barriers to combat the human trafficking. And here are some reasons as to why victims are reluctant to denouncing the situation or filing a legal case. Those are the control means that victimizers have regarding the victimized person. We have 4 minutes now. Okay. I don't like that I have only 4 minutes. The question for you, is it enough with the law, the legal framework we have in Latin America? And they function properly? So, despite of the fact that I just came from a law faculty, the answer is no. It's not necessary. What else do we need? I'm about to finish. We also need a police force that's properly trained, that know what they're doing, that know how to work in these issues. They're specialized in given things, specialized in questioning for victims and for perpetrators to face situations. We need to have financial law experts. And I make traceability of those international delinquents bands. If I take their money, their drugs, their house, if they just go to jail and leave, we do not affect the financial part. Okay, that's the most important. So we need accountant police officers or economist police officers. Start studying now. Also, the prosecutors, they have to be trained, but so that they not only do recognize the standards and regulations, but they can help in research. Obviously, judges, we have to be on top to update ourselves in many of these things. So, what else do we need? Entities that could satisfy victims afterwards. So we rescue them. Okay, that's great. But we went to look for them. But let's do something with them afterwards. In this field, I would like to have my partner Tyler to come up. But after he just, because of the time, he won't be here. What do we have to do to create a community awareness plan? All this is good if the population know about what is going on. I will just finish here. You have any questions? I'll be here the whole day, and tomorrow I'll be here too. Well, shall that be the case? I'm here to listen. And these are my contact data. The second part of this presentation will be led by that big guy over there. I'm going to stand next to him, but he's going to show very positive results of the last stage of rescue for a victim. I give you the floor, otherwise he's not gonna like it. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Hello, I'm Tyler. As Carlos must explain, I'm the director of post-care of NGO. I could see some of your faces here. Captain Aldana, Jason, Donnie is my call, my favorite call. Okay, but I call him. Okay, I call him because I love him. He's a nice person. So really, with the workers who work with me here, they're an important part of us to support the police in training, supporting with the few resources that sometimes we want to have a well done job. And it's an honor to be here because I say this from my heart. I think that Colombia has the best police in Latin America, really. It's one of the best, including the United States, who are so dedicated, hard workers, but the most important here is each experience they have people. They treat people with a lot of love, survival. So they never mistreat them. They always have contact with a person who could cover their needs. As Carlos Mas explained, it is very good to have to capture someone to arrest the person. So we need to continue helping the person. So that's what I am. And really, I love Deepa because they help us a lot to grow the family. So of course I am very it's very touched. I think I love Colombia. It's probably the best country I know, and I'm going to work for the well-being of your children and women. I'm proud to introduce you. I can have a PowerPoint explain who we are, but there's a person here who can do it much better than I. And I'm going to leave you with I'm going to give her the floor. I am very thrilled to see her here. I love her very much. Her name is Angie Wilches. I'm going to give the floor to her. Thank you. Good morning, I'm Angie Wilches. It is a pleasure for me to be here with you, sharing this moment with you. Right now, I'll be sharing with you a little bit about my history. Well, I went to call it to survive, a second opportunity surviving. It's a good option to describe myself. I will go back to the past. Here I am in the first line. Just we were rescued in an operation in the city of Cartagena. I'm the red-headed girl. Well, thanks, got in cooperation with the police and OUR. They made a lot of arrests, and they rescued a lot of children and youth from the city of Cartagena. Let me tell you a little bit about my life now. I was born on May 25th. I am the third of four brothers. I come from a very vulnerable family in Cartagena. As you will know, we do not have many opportunities there. And right now I have my own family. I have two beautiful girls. We have Alex and Renata. I have my husband, who's been a man who has supported me a lot, and he's been with me the difficult times in my life. And I have to thank life and God for that. Well, OUR, Operation Underground Railroad. I'm sorry, I can't say that's very difficult, right? Railroad, Underground Railroad Operation. I have problem with the R, but the double R, okay. Okay, so the truth is, I am very, very thankful. They just got here at the time I thought that my life was already hitting rock bottom. And we had the organization there supporting me. They've been with me in my psychosocial process, in a training process. And because I'm currently studying fashion design, it's a dream come true. Thanks to that, I can I can smile, to have trust in myself, have confidence in myself, and to have a better future. So, for me, for my daughters, my family. So, it's been unconditional support, both in my personal life, psychosocial life, in the regarding the training and economic support as well. So they cover the needs, my needs and my family's. So really, I want to thank you for that. Honestly, from the bottom of my heart, it is very important for me to be here. Currently, I am a happy woman. I'm very secure of myself. I'm very sure and confident. I think I've realized I have a lot of plans, many projects to follow. Unfortunately, I had to open my words when I was a little kid, but I think that we always have second opportunities, and this is the case. Okay, I would like to thank. Here we have one part of what they've been able to do with me, with my family. Thanks to the psychological support I've had, I can be here today telling part of my story. It was something that really I never wanted to talk about before. So, but today I'm confident. I want to be the voice of all these women who have undergone these terrible things. Unfortunately, they affect us negatively, and we didn't have to experience that. Regarding the police, I want to thank the General Attorney's Office. You doing a superb job. It is very important that at the time of dealing with us as victims, you should never okay, don't look at us as an object because naturally we are people, and there are some times in which you ask questions, you make questions, and you feel like you're re-victimized. So, that is just an advice. We also need to receive a humanized, humane treatment. So we didn't choose to work in that. Most of the time, you're obliged to do it. Offer protection and security. So this is something that's very important, especially in the low income neighborhoods where okay we have space in this world because of the needs and perhaps they could have days for prevention so they can pass through the difficult situation I had undergone. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's right. The button's pretty hard to press. Okay, you're old. Okay. So these are some of the big moments I've had. I've always said since I met the institutions they found me. So I received any help from the government after they had the rescue or the ransom. They found me, and I think that from that moment on, in which my life changed. I have my daughters now, so I'm just starting to live now. So I'm enjoying my career. I am outstanding at the university. I'm doing very well there. And I wanted to tell you something else now. Well, in short, in a nutshell, on my heart, I'm a victim there of sexual tourism in the city of Cartagena. And since I was living there, I had to experience all those traumas. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you. One more thing that we'll be publishing there. See, how long has it been that you began your business? When did you start your business? So she has a business, bathing suits. store. We're going to publish the link for her Instagram. So if you have Instagram and you want to follow her, perhaps buy a bathing suit, so you could follow her and like her and buy some bathing suits. She's a businesswoman now, and we're going to put it there. So Adriana is going to publish it. Thank you very much. So it was my pleasure by the working team. We'll continue now with Dr. Luis Jesus Prada Moreno. He's a forensics doctor, professor at Andes University. He's going to be with us virtually. So Walter Lambert, pediatrician from Miami University, who made the intervention with the forensics evaluation with children, boys and adolescents who are victims of sexual violence. Dr. Luis Jesus Prada Moreno is a forensics doctor from Legal Medicine Institute and Forensic Sciences, surgeon from National University of Colombia. In the same way, he's an epidemiologist from Juan Corpus University and forensics doctor from National Legal Institution and Forensic Sciences. Among his positions, we have that he's worked as professor at universities like Andes, El Bosque, and Rosario, and he's also worked in good treatment for children clinic in Consubsidio. So he's also a cooperator from the Ministry of Health in the elaboration of promotion guidelines and prevention and minors mistreated. So he's a temporary consultant from OMS, the World Health Organization, as well as a legal doctor from victims of sexual violence. And he worked in the technical work for our integral approach for victims or integral approach for sexual victims. Walter Lambert is a pediatrician of child abuse. He is a pediatrician from the University of Miami, and he's member of the Academic Council of Affection Against Childhood Mistreatment. He also worked in the Rhode Island University. We have an associate professor of clinical pediatrics from Miami University. He's worked with children, maltreatment, social policies, violence, and public health, right of children, and the impact of abuse. He's been a member of the academia and the University of Miami. He's part of the board of directors of the university and from the Jackson Memorial Committee. Welcome, Dr. Walter. Okay, because of the time, I'm going to try to do it faster. A very important point here to get across here, we talk about. Could you please advance the slides? I have the control of the slides, or don't I? Go on. Okay. So some things that I think are important. Before studying medicine, I was a social worker, doing pretty much the work that you do in a well-being institute. And 35 years ago, I've been working in my state, in Florida State. We have a law that obliges there to be a multidisciplinary team looking at cases that have already been reported as suspect of wrong treatment, so of abuse, well-being, or the police. So we go with cases that are referred by the government. Our work is mistreatment. We don't know. I always say we don't know. We have to explain why is that we cannot say. We cannot say a suspect of likely, but really abuse or mistreatment. So we are part of this decision, for example. So in case the case would go to the protection department system or the criminal justice towards the prosecutor's offices. So one of the things that I found is to do this first as social worker and then as a doctor when we talk about sexual abuse. If I say this, the word abuse, the first abuse, or where the people think that this is going to be a rape. So this is a sexual assault. So the hope or the expectation of many people is that when we do the forensic exam, we have certain findings, which is not true in the majority of most cases. We need to understand there are two different phenomena. If we're talking about a sexual assault, we're first talking about what is the power crime. So that in general, it's a person that we don't know. I don't want to deny that there are some people who are raped by their husbands, their partners, people they know. But in general, raping is a person who we don't know. And this is an event that perhaps more than one thing is taking place there. But this is an event, and after a person has been sexually attacked, so we want to take care of them immediately because in general people say because of forensic tests. And that's the reason why people would not go there, because if we focus sexual assault, so I'm going to take something there instead of understanding that. So this is just a horrible situation there. And the most important thing here is to understand that this person is a victim, is a person, and this person needs the support, psychosocial support. With what I know, if I have someone that I was raped, the first thing I do, I would go home and I would take a shower. So I would say, no, I'm going to call the police now. When we have the police, no one should ask me because I took a shower. So I have to take that. And so we need to understand where they are. So because of reasons of medical purposes, so we need to avoid that. So if there are some lesions or injuries, we need to treat them. So the third point I think is very important, due to physical reasons, is to take forensic tests if we can have ND. I need to remember that sometimes I have the names DNA, so it's easier at physical level. So I want to take to have any forensic tests, but that's not the most important. The majority of children who have been assaulted or attacked or abused sexually, they are different from this group. So undoubtedly there are groups who have been assaulted sexually. In the United States, in adolescent group, a different person kidnaps, and then they had raping and then homicide. So in sexual assaults, particularly speaking adolescents, many times they are facilitated by alcohol or drugs. So these are real assaults. So this is 4 or 5. The majority these are victims of sexual abuse. So it's someone with the, well, I'm going to say the girl because in general. And the problem is they don't say that. So when they say that it's 30 years, so the boys know the perpetrator, the victim, and not only they know him very well in general, the family, they know the person too. They are people who are well known. Now people that we do not know. So there's a relation between this girl and the boy, or the perpetrator, or the aggressor, the perpetrator. So there's no violence, no coercive behavior. No, the aggressor or the perpetrator wants to have sex, and that girl or that boy would cover quotes because that's one of the in general these are things that happen. Okay, yeah. So from time to time. So age, so we in this. So um, I don't know very much about technology, but if I can. So we have, for example, sex from the uncle or a nephew or niece or aunt or niece. They could say that this is normal. The other thing we know is that, so they don't say what happened until a long time after that. But we should say the truth many times. But the person was said they didn't want to understand. So eventually, so many times. So we have two different phenomena here. I'm going to focus sexual abuse there. So today we use evidence-based medicine, but we have violence there. It couldn't be evidence. No one was going to be for 5 years, and we're going to abuse sexually to take pictures. No, it's not like that. Sometimes the aggressors take pictures, but the truth is that we don't have evidence. So that's what we could say. For me, sexual abuse as a doctor, it is important for me as a diagnostics. I could say which is different from a legal decision. I'm giving my doctor's opinion. So in medicine, so I have a diagnosis for treatment. So in the sexual abuse treatment, so the therapy by someone who knows how to manage a problem. So Underground Railroad, the organization, they pay attention to the care after. The other thing that I want to say, at least in my country, in my state, in 100% of the cases, that my team, we say, consider that yes, it was sexual abuse, they go to criminal court. For many reasons, sometimes you get frustrated but have good reasons. So it is important to remember that the research is important, but the judgment is not the decision if there was or wasn't abuse. To be referred to therapy, that's the important thing that was going to happen there. So every act is sexual abuse. So I know that law here to make a restriction here between touching or penetration and some things that really obviously is that they most of men made the law. So for me, everything is sexual abuse. I don't make a difference. The law makes a difference, but I, as a doctor, I have a medical diagnosis, and all those things. So the most typical things. So I have the first circle are the people who live, people who will. So people, my mother lives with me. To generate people, you're the one who lives in the house. The second circle are the extended family and the close friends of the family. The third one are the people the child knows. So the mass, the dog, the professor, the dog, the Boy Scout leader, all of them. Friends from the parents. And most of aggressors, they have one or three years. 1, 2, 3, or 4. So many family. I cannot listen. So part of this, many times they're cousins. The second one, so so we focus on the past. In English, you say stranger danger. So so people that the family didn't know. So we consent stage. In my state, you cannot consent to have sex, but we have a lot of voluntary sex. Not to get volunteer versus consent age. One is legal. And perhaps one who's 15 years of age may have so voluntarily. So regardless of the what person decided to do. And yes, I think that we have it's an important understanding the difference in age. In my state, if you have more than you're over 16 years of age and not 18, and the other person is 7 years older, it's against the law. It's not exactly one as sexual assault or sexual abuse, but anyways, it's against the law. Part of that, I want to say that when we see non-married adults and so teenagers, 72% of the times in Miami, the couple, the male in general, he was over 7 years older than the girl. So that's why they did it so. So no one knows the incidents. How do we know in figures? Just we know what we know. So 25 years ago, more than 50% of sexual abuse was not reported as 20 years after, as an adult. So that figure has dropped to 30%. But we're still with that, and I don't know if I already said that 75% of children report 18 months or more after the last time. So that means what? So we are going to have any forensic test in the test. The exam is going to be normal in general. So I want to say this so that everyone may know. Just at the most serious moment, at the moment I have an acute case, I have forensic test. At the time it is positive, in general the exam is going to be normal. Because remember, so in my eyes I don't see the DNA, so I send it to a lab, and if they tell me it's so okay. So really it's going to take some time, for weeks, some weeks after that. No one knows about it. The number today is nearly 4 or 5% in the United States. Figures of men have decreased in 2000. But the part that has reduced the most is sexual abuse. That means that we've done a special change and what has worked properly. So, who are the perpetrators? So, someone known again? The big group, unknown group is very few, and the majority of, if someone who knows a family, and 40% are adolescents. Okay, adolescents who are perpetrators are very nice people. You could talk to them because he's more an impulsive behavior. So instead of one that's compulsive like the ones we have, and the majority of what we know they're males. So when they say it, okay, when many of them say. Some people say okay at a given moment, but no one understood. Many people in research they've never told anyone, so you could see that there the number. So because of the time, so you could have we can have the numbers there. So another important thing here to remember is that if a girl or a boy, they tell you a story with detail, with the type of detail that you could not know if you had not experienced it. Even if you've seen pornography, you cannot explain that something white was out there and it's sticky and you had a weird smell. So no one can say that, okay? You cannot see details on how I could feel that in my body, but unless you have experienced it yourself, but the retraction is um, retraction. First, they said that before there were some details. So the retraction is more associated. It was. Um, so retraction doesn't mean that it's not going to happen, but that didn't happen. That remember that we have some kids that say, so many times children they retract because it was my uncle who did that. My uncle lives with my mother-in-law. They were the most important person in my family. So the grandma took sides with the uncle. I prefer not to say that that happened, so to see my uncle, not because anyone forced me, because I did that, I made that decision by myself. We need to remember that. It is important to remember that this doesn't mean that did not happen. So I understand if there were prosecutors, there are ways to manage these type of obstacles. But so the criminal case, we cannot send the message that it didn't go through. So if you don't know, this is also important. So a girl who reports sexual abuse and you don't believe her, the perpetrator. So when the doctor looked and he saw that the test was normal, so nothing had happened. So that there is not a case, it is important to point this out. So the other part is the majority of cases of sexual abuse are just touching contact. As adults, like you, I'm not a woman, but let's say I'm going to be a woman right now. So if I am walking, I don't like walking. And you see, I walked when left here at the hotel. They told me I shouldn't walk because it was dangerous. Even 71 with 8. It's not dangerous, or they don't know what dangerous is. But okay. So I was walking in the street, a man grabs me and drops me on the floor, and he rapes me. That's horrible. It's terrible, but even less worse than that, if I am the Barranquilla's Carnival in the parade, and a group of men come and they start touching me, and it is bad. I'm walking in my neighborhood and exposing myself. We see that as less bad, but for children, it is the same penetration. It is not just touching, it's the same. It's worse, it's bad for the child. Being in a carnival outside in the street, sexual abuse is an act. It's someone we know, it's a dynamics, it's a person we know. And the effect, sometimes I told you, you didn't believe me. He was my uncle, I told you. So it is important to remember that for the child experience is totally different, and touch and contact is as bad as any other action, and also that's a pure penetration. So, well, I will say this, at least in my state and in my city, in general, we have most of the cases which I have to testify. I have to be an expert in a criminal court. I explain why the test is normal. And all the evidence are the girl's voice, not based on the test. It is the word, the testimony of the girl. So retraction is normal. Okay, let's see. Even here, probably we don't have a lot of doctors, but if I had numbers, I told the doctor, tell me the name of this structure. Many of them, they wouldn't know. So we have a lot of taboos, social taboos to see. That's for gynecologists. That's not for us. Here, it is important to also remember that when in puberty in general, we see what is happening outside because he have odor in the hair, in the armpit, and the growth of hair. But there is some estrogen effect in the hymen and the outer part inside prior to seeing that. And the reason I said this is because the puberty estrogen makes the tissue that typically is elastic to be more elastic and lubricated. So, in the adolescent as well as the adult, it's something it's made for sexual contact. Let's look at some pathologies. If I say no, this boy is in an emergency room and it's bleeding, and there's a lesion there, an injury there, he can explain. I leave my home and I go to run the acute test. If I see something with my eye, it's more likely it's going to be a condition, medical condition that's not because of sexual abuse than a wound, than a wound because of sexual abuse. But this is the prolapse of the urethra, which is the part, yeah, it comes out and it is scratching against the bloomers. So, and it looks irritated, and sometimes just you cannot completely see anything of the vagina because it's totally covered. Or a very strange disease, even if you don't have it here. We have lichen sclerosis, which is like a disease, a self-immune disease in that place. At the acute moment, the skin is very reddish, and it's just making a split or something, or just running. It looks like you have blood there, or an infection. So here I have 2 or 3 cases that were mine. This is a 3-year-old girl who has she cannot speak very well. She mumbles. But one night her parents saw her at 11 p.m. in her bed. When they woke up on Monday morning, she's not in her bed. So they start looking for her, and they realized that the cover of this window is not there, and they saw her with her pajamas clothes on, but not her lower vest. They say out, out, pee, 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 pee. So she says man, man, man. So this test, I don't know when it took place, but I did it like at 10 a.m., so in less than 12 hours. And as you can see, the hymen has bruises. And even you cannot see it here. To my eyes, perhaps there was a little discharge, but when I took the little swab, when I touched there was no blood. So perhaps she was already healing. But I saw her 10 days, totally normal. This is a case of a 9-year-old girl. Her stepbrother, they have joint rooms. And he enters the room one night and he has sex with her. And she told me after that when he left the room, she went to the bathroom, and when she cleaned, there was blood on the paper, but not in the other toilet paper. That's what she told me. That was something that I found interesting. The next day in the morning, she tells her mother that she doesn't feel very well, and that she stayed with her mother around noon. She tells her mother what happened. They call her mother, the police. So to grab to take the adolescent. So I'm running this test at 3 p.m. and she knows that it was between 10 and 10:30 p.m. or because of something that was on TV. So as you could see that there was a breaking of the hymen. So it is in the process of healing. So this is another example where I had a little swab to see. So prior to having cataract, I could not see properly. I had myopia. I could not see blood there. So I saw her 1 week later, and 6 weeks after, but it's completely normal. Because why am I teaching you this? Because I've had 2 cases that I saw wounded one night, and in the morning when she was brought for the forensics interview, I re-examined. I was totally resolved. So I know that then we may have wounds, but remember this part of the body is mucosity, so it heals quickly and typically does not leave a scar. So all of you have bitten your lip some day, or you have stomatitis that hurts a lot. Some of you have been pulled your judgment tooth, wisdom teeth, and you had a hole there, but now it's normal. These are places that when they heal, they don't leave any scar, and they heal very fast. You have mucosity there, so so we have anal laceration happen when they so when you who have had the prostate, you know they tell you that, so you have to relax, and you know that. So we have prostituted men. I don't know what word to use, but I'm sorry about that. They have tests. They have they typically have normal anus tests. So this is more. So so this is because her stepfather had sex with him for several years, and this day he brought a group of his friends who were drunk, and they raped the kid, and so he had a very big laceration there, a wound. This is skin 2 weeks. That was not. He didn't have stitches, but it was just a natural healing. This is a boy of 12 years of age who had physical trauma. I always thought that it was some kind of he was in a kind of he was being trained to go to the toilet, but I'm going to go in details. But well, 2 months later, so it was like a deep burn, totally normal. So these are tissues. So what is my point here? So you heard everything, right? A normal test doesn't mean that that had not happened. So the other part is the other part, the vagina and the anuses, they are elastic because of the cells of an adult or baby who has constipation. He may have like a lot of excrement, and you see it and it looks fine. But you have had children through the vagina, you know that the head of that baby is much bigger than the body itself. It comes out through the vagina. It's made, of course, by elastic tissues because of its own properties. In some diseases that we think they are STDs and are a suspicion for sexual abuse, but only we have two we could say for sure that we have that gonorrhea and syphilis. So all the other diseases, STDs, that could be like herpes, PH, chlamydia, that depends in some details. They could be non-sexually transmitted. So, but we have some details based on a doctor for me. Okay, or syphilis. So, what are the things that I could say for sure there was sexual contact? If I have one test evidence that has semen or spermatozoids or the presence of STD, there is no reasonable possibility to have gonorrhea. So someone entered into the room, what was happening, and someone took pictures or videos. In literature, so modern times, we only have one virgin pregnancy. So that implies, obviously, some contact. At exam level, I don't have it there, but hold on. So at the level of examination or test, when I look at the human, if it's completely separated, we have a complete transaction. That could be that there was some type of penetration, not necessarily sexually, but any type of penetration trauma. So in my case, you remember that it was only open a little bit because it had the possibility to close because it had already the tissue could approach and by its own it could retract. So there is only one thing that I could see there. Okay, because of the time, I'm going to be talking about prevention, but I'll talk about. So many years ago, because of non-based on science reasons, there was a decision if the soul was more than 72 years ago, it was not acute, and 72 hours. So this decision is not based on science, but based, I'm going to say what I believe, okay. But we seen cases in the pre-puberty, and tests were always negative, and it was a girl or a boy who would have a lot of details, and obviously something had happened. So this is a survey made using 72 hours, was 273 girls under 10, and it test when the doctor saw he didn't see any evidence of estrogen, so really it was pre-puberty. Was sent to a very good laboratory. Some type of forensic evidence to identify the perpetrator was found in 25%. All those tests were less than 24 hours except one, who was 44 hours. Then in that test they found pubic hair in the girl's panties. So, but look, the majority of forensic evidence that you could see didn't come from the girl's body, but from the clothes of the girl or the bed clothes. So in this study, the police, they just collected 25% of the beds of the times. Well, so when the police calls me for an acute case, I tell them, okay, send me the victim with the opinion, with an officer or a detective. Please go to the crime scene and collect data. Do your job. It's not my job to tell you whether it's your job, but I'm just suggesting, please go and look for that. I could pick up what they have. Okay, so no test was positive after 10 hours. So we use today, at least in Florida, acute in a pre-puberty child in less than 24 hours. So my team has everything from Miami. So in the end of the day, at the end of the Florida, you have some islands. You could see that we have KU West. So Miami and KU West, you have 4 hours driving. With this information, if the police calls me from Key West to tell me that they have an acute case, we have the rule that in 15 minutes, we need to be in the car because we know we have 12 hours, 24 hours. So we don't see that until tomorrow or next day. No, we have to do it right away. I want to say that one day where we could identify DNA, that's better. Some people that includes also adults, they know the time of the assault. We know when it was reported and the time in which we collect the tests. So the truth is that as of 5 days, you have the possibility to collect data, or so it should be 25% literature, even 11 days afterward. It's not that happened once. No, it's not coming from the vagina than from the mouth of the anus, because the mouth and the anus, they have enzymes that break things quickly. So this implies also something for menopausal women. And as I said, another very important study was a mega-analysis, 2,384 children who gave a record of sexual abuse. Most of these children were not examined at the acute moment. In this survey, we could find that we found 4 to 6% of children had findings, and some of these findings, we consider them that they are positive or non-specific. So the number is lower. And some girls who had history of vaginal or anal chronic penetration, it was also a number of people they had, in finding was very low level of findings. This means that in the normal exam, it doesn't imply anything. This is based in words that the girl is saying. The reason of the interview is so important. The interview is to without talking for her, of course. We have another question. So if this is the case, that's not acute. So they shouldn't ask people. They shouldn't. You should tell family to ask her things. So they say that the face is going to try. So someone told them. So I know that they use forensic interviews as well. Remember that I can ask you direct questions, but we govern the history. So when you're going to see a social worker or psychologist talking about the intimacy, but when I run the test, I'm looking at that, and the child has first he believes that I could see something, and the other thing is that the child, but he could teach me. So he touched me here, but I don't know if it's outside or inside. Or in the labia. So in Florida, in the labia, it's different from outside. In my state, I said that we use juries. In my city, my county, the juries understand this concept. Why? We have a lot of cases that the test is normal, but words are important. That's the other case. This is based on the testimony or statement by the girl, the appointment by the girl or the boy, and that does not imply sometimes in the pre-puberty child we shouldn't wait for the forensic interview is going to be positive, but it's going to be the first 12 hours, and the girl so any type of witnesses. So I just finished there. So thank you very much. I just want to say that the aftercare therapy is so important. The other important thing is that therapy made by someone who's comfortable with the subject. Remember, sexual abuse. Even for us who work here, okay, I have to pay attention to one. I have to think that it didn't happen. So it is difficult. It's easy to believe that it didn't happen. It's dangerous for the child, for the children. If we do not have the right message that yes, it actually happened. If we're not sure, remember you have to have therapy. So we learn a lot through the therapy. They learn to talk. So and because that's right. That's process. Thank you. I think Dr. Pratt is going to come now. I don't know how that's going to come. Hello, can you listen to me? Can you listen to me properly? Yes. Okay, could you tell me if you can listen to me? Okay, I'm going to share my screen. I don't know if I am sharing my screen with you now. Okay. I'm going to share this presentation with you. Okay. Can you see my presentation? Okay, thank you. Good morning. This is my name, my cell phone number. Well, we don't know what to do. So I leave the institution. So I want to talk about my experience from actors and how I'm going to be talking about. I've been working for over 30 years now. And victims. I would like to show you how we serve this type of cases, what's the approach that we have with them? The other thing I wanted to say is that this event, because the National Police, I'm very sorry to inform you that the output of the sound is not proper, so I'll do my best to interpret what the doctor is saying. Okay, so this sentence by Miller, so it says that society and our culture is not possible to submit children to abuses, sexual abuses, but we need to talk about them. It is important. So there are some children who dare to talk, and that's good. Even from their own family, but also from society in general. They know that they should talk. Sometimes if they talk about it, they know they're going to be into problems. And the worst thing is that when you talk about that experience, that imaginary, when you talk about those fears, so the family is separated. So we have a lot of things going on. In this presentation, I wanted to check, to say some things, so that I want to summarize here what should be important for all of us. So I should tell you now, we need to assure, so for those who suffer this type of experiences, we need to aim at setting up right, at least to stop the repetition. If I give you more, you cannot see the presentation. I ask you to kindly let me know. So, we need to assure the protection of children. The intervention is more useful, more efficient. So, we have a case protection referring to the victim. I write more, I have more diagnostics, and we have better interventions. When we have a case, considering that it's going to go into prison now, I see how I can protect a child. And sometimes people are not prosecuted. What I want to say is this. What do we understand by sexual violence? It is a conflict. It's complicated in terms of definition, because sexual violence is very wide. I could go from the just contact, touching activity that eventually could seem from hygiene or cleaning as the exploitation or exploitation, sexual exploitation. So we have a big array, so we have to include everything in just one definition. So we need to have definitions that could allow us. The third point is that we need to how we run these crimes. This justice. So we need to see the facts, and that's a reconstruction for judicial investigation. Then we could rebuild it. And these crimes in general would have a direct evidence. There is no blood, there are no tearings of the skin, there are no witnesses, no one saw anything. So the only thing we have are the words, what is said by the victim. It's typically a girl or an adolescent. So, and without any physical evidence, not witnesses. Many of the things said by this boy is that we could evidence that, and we need to at least believe what is happening. So everything that we have there, the concept of reality of the story. So we need to make sure that that is taken to before a jury. The first thing I want to say, what is the role of the first respondent, is to comply with the properly procedures in place, to take notes, make the report, they have to do accompaniment of victims and to have a register all those things. So that says a lot about the occurrence of the crime. That is also a way to rebuild the crime scene. At least we knew about that. So that's going to help a lot. So we don't comply with the procedures, we have good registers. So people, the police who are there at the place, and they don't do it very well. They go before a trial because they don't have a witness. That's against the process. So Dr. Lambert talked about that. That's very good. Pretty well said about the physical test. So there is imagination that with a physical medical examination we could evidence that. But most of the cases, the physical test is not that useful. So most of tests, physical tests of sexual violence, clearly describe penetration. Those physical exams are normal. Now, why are they normal? Because in the dynamics of physical contact between an adult and a child who is telling the story, the contact penetration dynamic of physical contact, the dynamic of physical contact, the adult is not trying to produce physical harm. It's sexual stimulation from robbing or masturbating. So this aspect of contact, its dynamic has a lesser probability to have this type of wounds. So 2 of 100 tell the story the same day, but the rest they talk about things that happen weeks and months after the event took place. So they're not going to share these. So he's going to die. He's never going to tell about the experience. So these other type of lesions. So these wounds, these lesions, heal quite rapidly without leaving a trace. Similar to when you bite your mouth inside, or you bite your tongue. So it doesn't leave any print. We're talking about mucuses, the vagina, the anus, penetration. So like when you bite, they heal quickly in a few days in a benign manner without leaving any print, any mark, any trace. Next point, what is it important? I insisted a lot on this word, to protect. This makes everything more efficient as to what's going to happen. We should be aiming at all disciplines, organizations. What do we understand by sexual violence? So I say that we have some problems in definitions because the sexual violence array is very wide, but I'm going to focus on one definition that's more imperative. So also want to mention some things about people who are involved. One is the boy, the victim, or the carer. So from whom we have the majority of information, but the only information, because the perpetrator has the right to keep silent, because we don't know his version. It's a right, not an obligation. He could quit and tell us his story, but in general, the lawyer is going to say that he will remain silent. We don't know that story. With the history as of 10 years, so we didn't know a lot of things. We can work. We could have. We could rebuild because they're going to have an evidence body that's good enough. Most of people typically did not see, were not there. They know some things. For example, in behavioral changes eventually. So there was some type of health service, but they could have some aid or some use that's complementary to the version, which is the most important, which is the child's version. What is it that happens? When I talk about sexual abuse, I have these three things in the concept. First, the demeanor of the victim typically describes of the perpetrator. It was intentional. So you have a stimulation, and you have the purpose, and it's asymmetric relationships. You talk about intentionality is determined by the presence of Any four characteristics we call selection, seduction, interaction, and silencing. Selection: a perpetrator does not abuse any child, but certain children who have certain characteristics, physically, the personality, or emotional. They are chosen based on the age. They don't abuse all children, but they have certain age space. Garavito raped boys, not girls. Most of perpetrators rape girls, not boys. So physical traits as well. So was attracted sexually. So we have, in terms of emotional personality, children are more isolated, socially speaking, more affective lacks. They have more physical contact. And the second characteristic is seduction, which is the way the child was involved in the activity. Typically, sexual abuse in that event is a process, and in that process, we need to have, there are two things: generation of trust. He spends a lot of time generating or building trust. When there are sexual perpetrators from outside the family not only with the child, but also with the child carer. And also, after generating trust, they go towards the physical contact. Sexual aggressor does not see a girl and they will attack them. No, he starts touching her head, her back, and hugs him or her, and how they participate, and also how if the boy doesn't tell the story, and they have more, it goes over the genitalia. So the interaction, and we have regarding the activity, the interaction with this community could be made in a using, for example, a pornography, showing it to the boy to make something that's not natural, to try to make it seem as something natural there. We could see videos, photographies, but also interaction could be explicit by nakedness, the contact, penetration. So these are ways of communication that are totally explicit. The intentionality could also be determined by the studies of silencing, generally in a negative way with threats, intimidations, or the positive with certain, let's say, profits or rewards they give them. So also because of the task within the context of cleaning, that's ethical, but sometimes it's dangerous to interpret. So we have to be very careful to clarify the purpose of the touching, especially children who are smaller, who do not have autonomy in cleaning themselves. Many people are touching their genitalia because they have the autonomy in cleaning themselves. So it's a sexual gratification to have that. And the third point is the asymmetry. So we have an asymmetry context to make a difference with sexual assault, abuse. So it is manifest in the physical and because of guns, let's say intimidation. If you move, I'll kill you with knives, etc. So it could be physical or physical. So really, sexual assault could happen in these big people. Sorry, we are listening to two people at the same time. We have pre-adolescents as well. The gender is another difference. The sexual assault typically takes place against women, but if you assault sexually a man, where there's confinement in the prisons, in the military institution, from police, where there's men's confinement like guerrilla, when they had that, they had a lot of sexual assault. So another difference is the gender. So sexual assault generally takes place in women. Sexual abuse is usually against women, but also in men, of course, more women than men, more girls than boys. The relationship victim-victimizer. For each victim, we have one or two victimizers. So we could have 2 or 3 or 4 5 men in sexual abuse. The contrary, for each perpetrator, we have 1 or 2 victims. A man who abuses, for example, the daughter, the niece, so the purpose is different. The sexual abuse generally is a process. Assault is an event. The presentation, the majority of the victims of sexual violence, the ones who dare to denounce and report a sexual assault, they do it the first day or 2 or 3 days, so it has to be recent. In sexual abuse, the statement should be somehow late. It is important to have a difference because of the diagnosis with sexual assault. When you have victims, adolescents, so sometimes, so they use forces. So we have physical evidence that will corroborate when you have sexual abuse, like as it happens in small children, pre-adolescents, starting adolescents. So we could not have the possibility of having, but basically it's based in contact. Also helping certain considerations in terms of the concept. So really we need to have a symmetry. So the revelation of sexual abuse by children is very, you can trust in that. With the perpetrator, we don't have a high level of characterization to profile a sexual aggressor. So, so it is not, we don't have a lot of, we don't have many differences, but it's not easy to talk about profiling of perpetrators regarding the victim. So really, our boys, girls, and adolescents, how they tell the story is very important. The disclosure of sexual abuse is not intentional; it's really an accident. Typically, something happens that make people know to do that. So it is because the guy was masturbating or something happened there, and he told the story, or because he had a representation with another child. He pulled down his pants. He was touching his genitalia. He was trying to put things in his cavities. So, and then that somehow refers to because he made a drawing. He draws, okay, because he demonstrated that we call inadequate sexual behaviors. He's demonstrating to having knowledge for sexual adult relationships. So the way as they tell the story is very important. We have some characteristics, so they try to minimize. They tell less about the genitalia, but also they talk about more sexual. They leave information aside. So if I talk about these characteristics, I could better understand why a child talks the way he talks, when is he talking, whom he tells the story to. I could explain better all that. Well, we say that this is just known by 2 people typically, so it's just known by 2 people. So we should believe one person. Sometimes we underestimate the version of children. But yes, we have to trust. We need to know how to listen, how to question, how to detail, how to contextualize, and after that, to make reconstruction with research and investigation. That's where we are missing some information. When we talk about Arrobarrena, so the fabulation, the capacity to distinguish between successes, between events perceived, that experienced by living in the context of family, with the trauma. So on the contrary, the golden rule for children here, they have the family problems, and they're take carers. We see that in chaotic and dysfunctional events. You see them, and we don't see them in the prosecutor's office to denounce. The interviews, forensic interview, law defines that forensic they're done by the technical body of investigation. We call the forensics interview, but yes, they are interviews that would follow all the type of procedures and regulations. It's important to talk about forensic interviews, we need to record it. He who does that needs to have appropriate training on how to make the question. That's why the accompaniment of this type of interviews should be especially um, properly focalized to correct possible mistakes available. So these rulings to elaborate more on the research investigation. So this Maria Pia Cortez has insisted we cannot condemn anyone based on the evidence itself, and we want to have the system. So we have something else, just the saying of the victim. This is to be corroborated with the so so to reach the level of certainty, so to be able to condemn, yeah. So they see the circumstances. This is judiciary research. With these type of experiences, you can trust in them. So it's important to listen and do it properly. So certain things, we have a trust level. It's not the fact that you have the hymen that's broken or the wound, lesion there, but to protect from the legislators the capacity to create and really have to assure the enjoyment of sexuality in a proper manner. So the stereotypes are also a big problem in practice. We see that we have investigations, decisions, procedures based on stereotypes. And this is not very good. I'm going to skip this part here. So what the Statute of Rome, consent cannot be inferred in a victim when he's not capable of providing it. And in Colombia, we have consent under 14 years of age. We cannot infer of silence. He didn't say anything. He did not resist. Okay, he didn't question. So this is completely forbidden for many decades now. Well, perhaps. Well, this things I want to refer a little bit more about the corroboration. So the court has said, what is corroboration? They say that. So we have a lot of guidelines. So we need to demonstrate the emotional and physical harm caused. The person who's telling the case should go to psychotherapy, and that psychotherapy should always be considered. And these therapies should be taken to judge also to demonstrate all the harm in terms of emotion and behavior for the experience. We need to build from all the characteristics of the person. He closed the door, he moved the curtain, he was on the second floor when everyone was on the first floor. These are ways, of course, to corroborate. Thank you. The verification, of course, that they share spaces on their own. We also need to corroborate that. The activities performed with the subject alone, he would send the boy for the market, or to buy something. Context they have on the phone, text messaging, and social media. These are ways to corroborate and to get that to the process. So we have many ways to corroborate that, to confirm that, to substantiate it. So we're still trying to do that. Was the anticipated evidence? So we are still in 2018. Patricia Salazar in a ruling. They say that this trial was ideal for this. They should leave the YALI test, preliminary evidence. They should be taken to a mini trial, which is with a judge, with the prosecutor's office, with the general controller's office, to avoid this that has happened. After 2, 3, 4, 5 years, they are summoned for trial, and to convince them this is something we should finish. So we talk about this part. So the judge responsible. 2 minutes. I'll talk about one case. This is a girl, 10 years of age. She's going to tell a little bit about sexual abuse with her father. She talks about the context, the place, circumstances, or some symptoms. So, so a lot of what she's saying could be corroborated. So, how to reach to a level of certainty? Many of what the girl said could be repealed. So I leave you that with you, but please have a little break in lunch. I'm sorry about that. I spoke very fast. I'm sorry. But thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Dr. Prada, Dr. Lambert, thank you for your interesting intervention. Now we'll kindly invite you to go for lunch. For you on the first floor at the Domo room, please be back here 13:45. Ahora sí. Ahora sí. Pero ya lo bajo. Ahora. Más, 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 más. Hola, hola, hola. Hola, hola, hola. Ey, ey. Hola, sí. Hola, hola. Ahí. Ahí ya. ¿No? Llega saturado. Espérame. A ver. Llega saturado, hijo de pucha. ¿Y por qué? Hola, 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 sí, hola, 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 ey, ey, ey.
Bienvenidos al Centro Social de Oficiales de la Policía Nacional. Para su seguridad, el Centro Social posee 6 rutas de evacuación seguras en caso de presentarse alguna emergencia. Ruta de evacuación número 1. Salones andinos. Identifique las puertas principales, diríjase hacia las escaleras y baje a encontrar la zona verde del Centro Social de Oficiales. Ruta de evacuación número 2. Hotel, gimnasio, sala de belleza. Ubique las escaleras más cercanas, diríjase a encontrar la zona verde del Centro Social de Oficiales. Ruta de evacuación número 3. Cafetería y domo. Diríjase por la salida occidental hacia la zona verde. Ruta de evacuación número 4. Zona administrativa, discoteca, salón Amazonas y bar inglés. Evacúe por la entrada principal. Ruta de evacuación número 5. Bolera. Suba por las escaleras en forma caracol y evacúe por la puerta principal. Ruta de evacuación número 6. Piscina, spa y zonas azules. Evacúe hacia las zonas verdes por la salida norte. Por su seguridad, es importante que atienda las siguientes recomendaciones. Identifique la señalización, rutas de evacuación y salidas de emergencia más cercanas a usted. Identifique al personal que conforma la brigada de emergencia. Atienda en todo momento sus indicaciones. En caso de emergencia, conserve la calma. Evacúe de forma ordenada sin correr u obstruir las salidas de emergencia. Le pedimos que por su seguridad no obstaculice las salidas de emergencia. Estos espacios deben estar libres en caso de cualquier eventualidad. Ayude a quien se encuentra en dificultad, como a personas de la tercera edad o con movilidad reducida, niños o mujeres embarazadas. Gracias por asistir al CESOF. De su comportamiento depende la seguridad de todos.
Qué pena, qué pena. Hola, 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 hola. Sí, correcto. Correcto. Listo. Gracias.
1:45, please be seated so that we can start the second block. We wish to point out that likewise, you can actually have access to the photographs of this event at Production Fonal in Twitter, in Instagram also. And they can do follow-up to all the development of this International Congress. Voy. 1, 2, 3. Estamos en el Congreso Internacional de Violencia.
Sigue.
Hablando, pero eso ahí me estás ajustando, es mi sonido, mi entrada.
Ah, ok, ya.
Eso no es de la salida tú haces allá, mira, en ese de ahí. Like to invite the national delegation and national delegations to please be seated so that we can continue with our academic agenda. Okay, so protocol personnel that we have outside, please support this personnel so that they actually take a seat. Ahí estoy hablando y ahí tiene que estar escuchando bien duro. Voy. Voy. Right, we would like to start the second block of intervention, welcoming Maria Pilar Ramirez Arrieta in the International Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and they're going to start their presentation with material sexual exploitations and marketing boys and girls, adolescents, social networks, as well as to request how to persevere and use evidence. She's the Vice President of Capability Development in the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, the ICMIN. She's been a lawyer representing victims of people trafficking, social exploitation, and irregular adoptions. She was the sub-director of the Central Adopting Authority of this International Subtraction and Parental Ones, and the coordinator of projects for the creation of the management for cases of the Procurator of Children and teenagers and also the Procurator General of the Nation and technical consultant of UNICEF in Guatemala. Among her posts, we can highlight the member of the Consultant Council of the Latin American Network of Families, Positive Peace Leader, is a brigade of the Economy Institute and Peace Leader, and a member of Women in Science and for the World Under Development, a professor of the Catholic University, Silvia Enriquez in Chile, and of the UNICEF in Brazil. Welcome, Dr. Pilar. Right. Can you hear me? Perfect. Yes. I'm going to tell you that regrettably I gave me the worst hour, and I will not forgive Luis Carlos for that. There were wicked people. They said, Pili, they're going to give you right after lunch. And I said, okay, because it's difficult, because everybody, even I like to take a siesta. So I hope really not to tire you out, not to bore you out. And it's something that is very important that you have been talking about, but it's important for us to know who is my organization, what role does it play in the work that you perform nationally and internationally. This is the pointer, yeah? Where do I have to point for it to pass? Right, so I work in an organization that is called the International Centers for Disappeared and Exploited Children, ICMED. I like to make this differentiation because many of you, I reckon, work at NECMEC, which is the Center for Disappeared Children and Exploited Children. So the first question is, whom of whom have relationship with the NECMEC, with the National Center for Disappeared and Exploited Children? Please raise your hand. No one? No, it doesn't matter because we're going to foresee it. What does the NECMED have there with the work that you are doing? And another question, does any one of you has actually had cases of cyber tip reports? Of cyber tips? Raise your hand, cyber tips. You? No one else? Okay. Doesn't matter. I am going to explain what all of this is. I just want to know what audience do we have there and are familiarized with this. The Center for Exploited and Disappeared Children is an NGO that starts in the U.S. We have people that come from the U.S. and know this, that they actually come out due to this two children. The first child is Adam Walsh. Have you, anyone, do you remember those programs of the 90s, 80s that were called the most sought out of the FBI, wanted by the FBI, the most wanted by the FBI, that they actually had in all Latin American channels because they actually had the most wanted of the FBI. They had not told me there, but it was John Walsh. And John Walsh had a son, which was Adam Walsh. And Adam Walsh disappears in a Sears in the United States in a matter of minutes. He asked his mother to go play where the game rooms were at that time, and then we never knew anything about Adam Walsh. And that's when they start a great initiative in the US to create a center that provides support in finding and localizing these reported children as missing. Because something that happens very frequently is that when children disappear before, because now things has changed quite a bit, the response of the authorities, be administrative as well as of law enforcement, we have to wait 24 hours. And that's something that still holds. It's incredible. We go to many countries where you see response that we have to wait 24 hours to begin to search for them. Reported missing. So the million-dollar question is, where does it say that we have to wait 24 hours? You know, where does it say that? In the Hollywood movies, in the series, and many a times we take it as a valid practice, and we repeat what they say. Before, we had another case that was of Amber, and that one I think that you may be more familiarized with that. How many of you know what is an Amber Alert? Raise your hand. A yellow or amber, there's for children as reported as disappeared. Right. So this yellow alert, it was because of the Amber disappeared. She was walking outside her home, and a vehicle passes, scares her, and the child was killed. Both of them were killed. And that's when we began to think that perhaps there was something to tie also the cases of disappeared children with other crimes. And I'll put it like this: easy. The disappearance of a person, is that a crime? The disappearance of someone. Yes, you're going to say, and says, my kid, is that a crime? No. Why is it not a crime? Because we still don't know what were the causes of the disappearance. As soon as we start with the investigation and we see the causes, then we can see the investigative lines, and perhaps it was a kidnapping, a victim of a sexual exploitation, people trafficking, but the disappearance per se, it's not like that. But when we begin to see certain common denominators among disappeared children, and when we find those children, in many of the cases there was sexual aggression, that is how we begin to tie. And we have this Center for Disappeared and Exploited Children, and then we have the International Center for Exploited and there. So what is the difference between one and the other? I think that the title said one is the National Center, works for the U.S., and the National Center receives funds from the U.S. to work for the U.S., but has not limited itself to the U.S., and I'm going to tell you that as soon as we know as to what is within your realm. It turns out that after the fact, there were a whole series of other types of cases, international cases, and there were certain cases in Belgium where we saw that there was a constant disappearance of adolescents, and then they got to the National Center, and we want to create a National Center here in Belgium, but the logical there's is the same capabilities of the US. You can replicate it directly here in Colombia? No. And can I imitate the US capabilities in all terms of capabilities with Belgium? No, for many reasons, legal ones. The legal framework is not the same, the legal frameworks are not there, the resources are not the same, so that is how we created the International Center for these exploited children, so that we begin to work internationally. I want to present to you because they are the ones or the reason why we have a work. Adam Walsh, Amber, Kenneth, Alba Michelle, we have Emilia, we have people here from Ecuador, right? Yeah, we have Emilia, we have Sofia, people from Argentina too. I know that there are people from Argentina. We have people from Guatemala, and we have Alba and Kenneth. So these were all kids who were abducted and killed, and many of the reason why we have not found an easy way is because we didn't try to find them quickly. Some of them were victims of sexual abuse and exploitation. We practically have helped in Latin America to launch these alerts. We're working very much with the PDI. Are there any Chileans here? Good. To implement with the alleged flow of these disappeared persons, so an alert of a catastrophe and so on. And then we have a Ondopani, AMBAL alert that is there. But our organization works on all these realms. So something else that our organization does, and I want to skip it quickly, but it's a public announcement so that you can know about it and look for it there. And we have the coalition, the financial coalition. I was speaking with lunch with some of your colleagues, and they were telling me, but I mean, we have to think over and beyond that, because many of the transactions that are done there, they're actually done through internet, or they're done using certain virtual coins and so on. They use debit and credit ones, and there what we have is an association with the most important banks and credit cards, so that we can do a follow-up of the financial movements that they're being made for the payment of the material of sexual abuse, or badly called in the legislation as child pornography. I'm not going to speak of all of this, but I think that for us this is an important issue. And also we work on another topic that's really innovative, and it's actually investigations in cryptocurrency. This is something very difficult. If I were to ask you how many investigations that follow the pathway of sexual abuse are there, where they have had payment in cryptocurrency, there's that we have effective results, they're few and far between, because it is very difficult to track cryptocurrency payments. And this I'm mentioning so that I can invite you to go and visit our website, and you can find information that may be useful for other type of investigations. So let's get to the nitty-gritty. Terminology and legislation. I always say that whenever I give these chats, if you don't learn anything, it really doesn't matter. Everyone knows what they have to learn, but I do want you to learn this. This for me is probably the most important, because I cannot think or believe that all of us that work on issues of youths and adolescents were using the mistaken terminology. I'm going to say no, Billy, but I mean the legislation said that the name is child pornography, and that's what it is. And the national and international legislation, they call this content as child pornography, but we have to understand why is it called child pornography, because that is what this story or the history did it like that. But what I'm interested in is that all of you, please, whenever you have access to these guidelines of Luxembourg, more known of the guidelines of Luxembourg, a group of experts of the police and the work of Europol, Andripol, Interpol, and then they had the UN, IECMEC, ICMEC, Save the Children. I mean, all the organizations that you can think about who are experts in psychology and medical ones. They analyze all the international agreements that are there, and it would have been ratified by the country, but that they actually exist in children and adolescents, to make a review as how they were calling certain conducts associated to sexual exploitation, and they did an analysis to determine what should be the unification, because many a times there was a definition in one and a definition in the other, and it was important that we all begin to call it with a common lexicon to rights of children and adolescents. So we're now going to speak of pornography. When I speak of pornography, and I speak of pornography of adults, I am not speaking anything of youths and there, which is the one that I spoke with so much in there's the child pornography here in Colombia. Is it a crime? So you can have access to a pornographic page of adults. All of them, you have only found all that are now in vogue, and you can have access to them, and there's no problem. Why? Because it's one of the biggest marks that you have of adult pornography. That is not a crime. Well, when we speak of pornography, we're talking about two words that are associated to this concept. The first, the consent, which is the most important. If we're speaking of consent, and we're speaking of boys and girls, and so we're saying that we have consent when we're speaking of adolescents and children. No, consent doesn't exist and is not valid. That's a general rule. Now let's talk of pornography. When we speak of pornography, we speak of something else, which is erotism. Pornography has in terms of erotic there. Do we have a baby, a 3-month baby? We're talking about erotic images? It's absurd. We're talking about sexual aggression. We're talking about sexual violence. We're talking about sexual exploitation. And I heard it there that one of the doctors said that it's very difficult for us to define many of these terminologies because sexual abuse is very broad. Currently, we call it there material of sexual abuse of children and teenagers. You're going to find many times with the Masi, because textually when we actually translate it there, it's material of sexual abuse in children. And why don't we call it material of sexual abuse? Because when we're speaking of children, we're talking about of a special age that doesn't get to teenagers. That's why it's materials of sexual abuse in children and teenagers. That we're also talking about adolescents or teenagers. I'm going to show you the organizers the link and give them this document, because believe me, this document is going to help you tons to understand all the agreements and the way that we're calling already the different terminologies. We are in a very strong movement that it's called the words are important, and we should call things by their proper name and their attributes as there. When we have an image of sexual abuse, we don't know if the kid is Colombian or what part of the world. Many a times we actually have to support for ourselves from other people to identify some physical traits to try to understand that it could be from another region of the world. Many a times if the child is alive, we don't know if the child has the same age. We don't know if some other law in the country has identified him. We don't know if the child is receiving psychosocial attention. So be careful with that. So for me, I reiterate, the most important thing is that we call things by their name. Call a spade a spade. If we're going to put the child pornography, but aside from this, you put their materials of sexual abuse of children and teenagers, because it's the context that we have to begin to use it. Let's evolve this terminology, and I'm going to do this very quickly. This is another thing that really draws my attention in Colombia. In Colombian legislation, you have the term of child prostitution. Yeah, that's what you have there, right? And this is something that we need to change. It's the only country in the world that it also still has within the legislation the concept of child prostitution. When we speak of prostitution, prostitution in the majority of the countries in Latin America, when we're talking of adults, it's not a crime. Prostitution has an activity that is licit. What is illicit is what is the third person that benefits from sexual exploitation. That we all know. The pimp, the intermediary, whatever you want to call them. This is the person that's committing the crime. But if I want, as an adult, I want to become a prostitute, I can do so. That is not a crime. So child prostitution, does that exist? No, that cannot exist. What does exist is third parties who are exploiting children and teenagers. So what you really have is sexual exploitation in children or in teenagers. When is this terminology begins to change? In 1989, 1991, when you have the Convention of the Child's Rights and the faculties of the protocols. And what the convention says is countries review your legislation and begin to regulate more in pro of the rights of children. So we begin to change the norms, but this change of norms, you know how much does Congress take to actually approve a law, a reform to a law? It takes years, not centuries, but years. So what happened? Many countries were very proactive and they changed them very quickly, and others didn't. So what happened with those countries where the legislation evolved and you began to revolve the sexual exploitation in children and teenagers with strong sentences? What we actually have now, what's called sexual tourism. Those sexual aggressors said, okay, if in Colombia, to give you an example, if in Colombia it's already regulated in the legislation and you have penalties, strong penalties, and I commit the crime here, I'm going to go to jail. But I'm not saying this, so this is just an example. But if I were to go to Peru, the legislation has not regulated the sexual exploitation in children and teenagers, so I'm going to go there because the crime is not there. I can go there and come back and nothing happened. And that's how you said in the past, you have this, what is the so-called sexual tourism, people who would travel to other countries to commit crimes because nothing would happen. Currently, we don't even call that sexual tourism. We call sexual exploitations in travel trips. We're going to be very legalist. I am a lawyer. I am an atypical lawyer because I cannot be a normal lawyer because I need my multidisciplinary team to think clearly when we're talking about children and teenagers. We're going to be by the book. If I'm speaking of sexual tourism, I would have to prove that the intent of the person that took a trip was actually to exploit a child. And here, our dear judges, how do you prove intent? I mean, is that easy or is that difficult? It's difficult to prove intent. So really, that is how we have evolved all these terms. No, if a person travels to another place and is going to commit a crime, and if it's sexual exploitation of children and teenagers, actually was being very analytical, this of tourist trips, because it's actually just sexual exploitations in children and in teenagers. So then we begin to look at technology. With technology, they come and say, well, look, the presence of child pornography, and I always say there, it used to exist before technology, yes or no? Yes, of course. Before we had video cameras and photo and cameras, how were the first history of this sexual exploitation or child pornography? Why do you think that many penal codes you still have that whenever you have exhibitions, public exhibition, or closed exhibitions where you have abuse and exploitation, as if they were theaters where actually the sexual aggressors could come in there, the abuse and the exploitation of adolescents. Many codes regulate that precisely because of that. Simply what it was, yeah. They used to have magazines, you would exchange magazines and pictures. Now with the social networks and with internet, everything has changed. We do no longer call it material, We don't call it child pornography. We talk about material of sexual abuse of children and teenagers. What we want to understand is terminology has changed mostly based on the conduct of the aggressors. Not because the phenomena has changed, it has just mutated, it has adapted. The phenomena has mutated. Aggressors have mutated, but the changes that we have had in the conduct of the aggressor has actually changed the way we see these things. Right, let's continue. So now we're going to start here to the cases. How do the cases get filed? We say that cases always come with three ways when we speak of sexual abuse of children and teenagers. Those cases where the victim, primary or secondary, goes to the police and presents the cases. These are sort of knock-in walkers, where we have the victim. It's actually easier, no? Quote unquote, because when we have the victims, then we can actually do the forensic study, we could do a forensic interview, we can do a lot of things and introduce them aside from other forms of evidence that will become that evidence in court, because many times because of that happens, you're going to have cases where there was physical aggression, and you're not going to have the physical aggression that is that visible, but it doesn't mean to say that we cannot do a psychological test. The second way in which we speak of the presence of cases is actually to P2P networks, and I'm going to explain that later. And the third way is a cyber tips report. So let's speak of the cyber tips reports. So all of this, I'm going to give it to you. Don't worry, the presentation is for you. By law in the US, this is a free translation. I did it, so please excuse me if it's ill translated. It's my fault. My US colleagues, Oscar there, please correct me where I'm wrong. And this is a free hand translation that by law all service providers of internet and all the internet electronic service providers have to report to the National Center of Exploited and Missing Children when there was any material of sexual material that is circulating amongst its platforms. Who are these large companies that have their platforms in their US? Facebook, Meta. Who else? Microsoft, Google. Who else? Yahoo. Who else? Anyone else? Apple? Instagram, that is from Meta. All these large companies have, if they have their platforms in the US, if they have a platform, even though they're not from the US, but they're operating with US platforms, they have to report this to the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children. But the important thing is that if I, for example, I am here in Colombia, and I am a user of Instagram, but the platform is in the US, will they report that to the National Center? Yes or no? They would have to report, because it doesn't matter where I am, because their platform really is in the US, so they must report. It's that easy. So many people ask, so what happens if these companies are million-dollar companies? What happens if they don't report? They're fines. If they don't report, they have fines that ever more that they don't do the report. It keeps on increasing and increasing, and they have to pay precisely for not doing that report. So this is just to let you know as to how legally this National Center for Disappeared and Exploited Children receives the cases that come from the large technology companies. But why don't we see this then? This is the channel, and this is where I want to explain how do they get there to the countries. The companies have an indicator that we have there. We report to the National Center, and what they do is actually a classification of the content of the material that is coming at levels 1, 2, and 3, and level E, and level 1 and level 2, those cases in which the life of the child is at risk because it is happening at that time. I can tell you that many of the cases level 1, if you actually carry out the investigation, you could find the child and the aggressor, because the information that is sent is information that is quite current, strong, in respect of the localization of the aggressor and the child. After the center, what they do is that they send it to the different countries. So then we have to do they send it to anyone? No, they send it to law enforcement. It could be the prosecutor or who receives the report in the case of Colombia? Could be it's the DIJÍN. DIJÍN is actually the one that is actually receiving the reports of NETMEC, and what they have to do is do a review of all these reports so that we can do a classification, and after that we find the enigma. Do you receive the cases, and now what? What do we do with that? There are many cases, so how can we provide support? We give you some training, and there are the tips and so on, what technological tools, how do we request information from the companies that not in Colombia, but they have their operations in the US, which is where we start. So what is important for me of all of this, and that everything that is actually all too clear for all, that is the second thing that is very important for me. Many prosecutors, many judges throughout the world, because we work throughout the world. The last week I had exactly the same question in India, and they were telling us, how can this document be legal if it comes from the US? Is that it's a legal document if it comes from the US? The United States doesn't have jurisdiction here. The report that you come there is a criminal notice. It is not filing a claim. It is a criminal nuance. You within the country, you have to assess to determine if they constitute a crime or not in your country, and it is you who has to carry out the investigation so that it actually has access to the legal system in your country. All of this, you come in there. You're not going to come here with the ones of the net, maybe because the judge is going to tell you no. What you're going to do, I reiterate, is actually a prior process of investigation to determine that this that is coming is a case which is of legal criminal process in your country and has legal weight. And let's just see whether this one there. So we think that in pandemic things increased exponentially, especially crimes. And when we see the statistics, we see how the cases of material of sexual abuse in internet just increased a lot. And if we see this compared to the years, we see that in the year 2021 we received by the National Center some 29 million cases, increasing it some 35% of the amount. So what's happening here? Of course, we were in pandemic, we had more access to technology, sexual aggressors actually began to try to contact children even more, and children started to use bad technology. We, the adults, started to use more the technology, and many of us that we didn't know how to use certain platforms were forced to learn to use them. And then we saw how all of this increased. But let's just see this. Who are the companies that report the most cases to the National Center for Exploited and Disappeared Children? Let's look at the top three. Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp. Yeah, they all belong to the same company. So is the company that reports the most cases to the National Center? It's Meta. Like to say, look, that Meta, yeah? I see it like from two standpoints. The first standpoint is, okay, so good that they're reporting the cases, because they're reporting the cases, and that's really very important. But that means also that many of the users of Facebook, of Meta, are people who are exchanging sexual abuse material of children and teenagers. Then we have Google's, and you have Snapchat. Snapchat and TikTok. Actually, you heard already, Guillermo, you heard Guillermo's presentation. Guillermo's going to kill me, but I'm going to. So one of the things that were surprised us a lot is how the Snapchat and TikTok increased in users, because they are the in vogue platforms for children, so that's going to grow. And if I were to compare them with last year's, TikTok and Snapchat were not at that level, and the prior year to that from what we see from last year. And here the important thing that Guillermo is going to show is that each one of these company has a procedures that I hope many of you know it. If not, you're going to learn it with Guillermo, to actually make requests the post request of information when you have these cases. So we're going to see this, okay? And then we have a general map, and then we're going to see the countries in red, and I'm going to teach you there, but it actually shows, gosh, this is a call from God, huh, isn't it? Wow. But that thunder, I mean, I hope everybody gets scared. I mean, that's of the cases of the countries that have the most cases, and being number one, India. India is the country that has the most cases of cyber tips reports, but I want to draw the attention to the ones that I placed in yellow, because we have here in the top 24 countries of the Americas, including, of course, the United States. But let's just see at the Latin American level, Mexico is top number one, and actually surpasses Brazil. Is there a Brazilian here? Yeah, another Brazilian, yeah. I live in Brazil, yes. Then perhaps we're going to speak later then. So Mexico is top one. Then we have the US, which that's no news for my dear friends of the US. It's regrettably not new. But let's look at Colombia. And then look at Brazil. So why the importance of what we were talking here at the lunch with my colleagues from Echiside, with the police and the like. The importance is that we actually do something to see how could we provide support amongst us all to have effective investigation. I mean, watch this ad, because we're talking about statistics, right? It says like 452,003. We're talking about 400,000 images of sexual abuse of children and teenagers. We're not talking about a meme that became viral, so watch out for this. I mean, here I placed and I tried to put, and actually Laura told me there of the countries that were here so that you can see them, and I tried to put the majority of the cases there, and very comfortably I could tell you later there's no problem with this, but these countries practically how they evolved the cases of the year 2019, 2020 and 2021, and there's but actually we improved in the year 2021 because we reduced the trend. For God's sakes, how can you say that? You improved, showed me that you actually worked the cases of 2019 and 2018 and 2020, and then we can talk about whether you improved or not. What we're talking about is that there are many cases. And here I want to give you the reason as to why. I mean, perhaps I'm going to claim that you guys are right. Perhaps you're not right. It's almost impossible to investigate all these cases, but it is possible to support the other countries so that we can give priority to the cases. And watch out what I'm saying right here, because we cannot be sitting down and say, oh, look at the stats. Let's look at it. The P2P networks, and say, does anyone have here access to ICA COPS? No? No one knows? Access to ICA COPS. You have access to that. You know here that my expert has access to ICA COPS. When we speak of P2P, I love that. And the majority we know there's a B2B, right? We know B2B. Who knows? Who doesn't know what is a P2P network? Who doesn't know? I mean, come on, who doesn't know what P2P is? Who does not know what P2P is? Okay, perfect. Who knows here? The question is really quick, and because I know they're telling me that I'm out times. I know that I speak too much, and Carlos tells me there when I have to shut up. I know, but I mean, who here has never downloaded a pirate song? Who has not lowered his? You have never done it. Never done it. So all the other ones is because it is a crime, okay? And we're here with all people in uniform, okay? So you have all confessed to a crime. When we speak, the P2P networks, we're speaking, I don't know if you're there, there's where you have with certain, there's Ares. Does anyone knows about that? Ares, no? And I love it. I mean, the judge told me here's but Pili, but you're out because Ares is like real old. You think that Ares is really old, but that the aggressors don't use Ares anymore to exchange material? Emu, BitTorrent, these are all P2P networks. In other words, two people and their network. And if I have a music that I like, and I like this song, I don't know, one of Carlos Vives here, and I like them, and I am looking for that song, and I connect to one of these networks, and the server tells you I'm going to connect me with someone that have that song, and it's going to transfer it to me, and it's a connection that we have between two people, people to people. I'm going to try to rush here because there's we from ICME. We offer, with the support of the U.S. police, of course, especially the ICACs, we offer the software. It's a software, but it's not really a software. It's a web page, really. Now, what it enables you is to actually carry out investigations in real time. I took it out here right before lunch, and I put 48 hours. 48 hours that it shows me, for example, each of all these points as to who are the people that are exchanging in real time of material, of sexual material. Each one of them have the color. Here we have there. So, for example, the ones that are used more here is BitTorrent, and it's the one that they use to exchange sexual abuse material of children. And what does it do? So what does it identify? IPs. IP protocols that are tied to an internet provider. But say Pili, but I mean, perhaps you're going to be technician, and if we know, we can go to another person. But the ones that actually use VPNs now, no, these are not the ones that use virtual private network. Here we have the people that are using an IP to exchange sexual abuse material, and then rights. And now we have a great challenge, because I'm going to come here. You come and you give them basically an IP address. What do you have to do? Request the technology vendors who at that time, second instant, was connected to that IP, because that person was exchanging sexual abuse material there. So I could take hours explaining to do. I don't have time. They told me that I need to have 5 minutes. It was 5 minutes ago, so I should be finishing, so I'm going to skip it. Now let's talk about victims, and I want to speak there of what you spoke into more now. Sexual aggressors, they go for ever younger ones to have. They're not adolescents that they're having the images. In the images, you have children between 7 to 13 years of age. And ever more, we're increasing the populations between, and 3 to 6 is a growing population. So it is a mistake that we think that adolescents are the ones that are behind the material pictures. They are, but the aggressors are actually going for younger ones. Who are the most vulnerable? It's women. Women are the most vulnerable, and we're speaking of pre-puberty children, because they're not teenagers. We're talking that younger than 13 that are in these pictures. So what is a picture? No, it's a gross thing what they have. These are girls that are being abused, girls that are being penetrated, girls that are being abused and penetrated with whatever you can never imagine. And excuse me for being rough, the doctor really spoke about, but that's what you have behind an image. Now, this is something that concerns us a lot, and I'm about to finish. It'll give me 5 more minutes, I promise. A self-production of Massey or Dexter. Have you heard sexting pack, nude? That now they're in vogue. As a matter of fact, who are here from Argentina? Argentinians? No Argentina represented here. Okay. Well, I'm going to tell you what happened in Argentina. During the pandemic, he actually promoted that it was important to do sexting, because since couples were there, it would be healthy, and that was discussed in the Congress of Argentina. So we're talking about adults. We as ICME want to make it very clear. We do not say that sexting is a prohibited practice. What we're saying, it is a practice that is dangerous. And it also depends as to who they're involved. Because it's an adult and a child, it is a crime. But we're talking about amongst peers, 17-year-olds to 17-year-olds. It is just a great challenge. But let's just see this statistic. This statistic is actually confirmed of year 2020 and the year 2021. I want to propose it this quickly. We got to a great increase of self-production. So in other words, meant that the children would contact one another. They would take a phone, or they would take their own videos, take their pictures, and they would send it to someone else. By increasing this, we saw that now we have a big problem of education, because children have not understood the risks that you have of self-production of abuse. But now we have another number, which I'm scared about. 56% of all cases were of images were not self-produced. In other words, that these were produced by a third party. And when we're speaking that we're in pandemic, where were you in a pandemic? A pandemic, you were in your house. It was on lockdown. We were all locked down, hunkered down. So where were these child aggressors? At home. Who are the main aggressors of the children? Family members, close person. Why I like to speak so much of this, and I like to make an emphasis whenever you're going to do an arrest, watch out what I'm about to tell you, and you tell me. And I spoke there with my colleague, friend of the police, in the lunch, and he says, Billy, I need to go. Yes, I'm being censored, huh? Mike, please. If I go to the arrest, I do the extraction, because if I don't extract the child, I'm not going to find anything. So I have to go and do it there on site at the time when I do it, where I find there the evidence, and then I can go ahead and do an arrest in flagrancy. That's what we do in all the countries, actually, to follow the ones that we believe, so we can find there something in the place. But let me tell you what I'm about to tell you now. A sexual aggressor, and I'm going to show you that slide many a times, if not to say like in every case, a sexual aggressor online that consumes sexual abuse materials also breaches there physically. With what I'm leading to is that if you're going to do an arrest and you don't find material, please begin look there if there are children there or around the neighborhood, because very possibly you're going to find the evidence that you're looking to be able to prosecute these sexual aggressors. Right, so look, I had a few more. I'm not going to be able there, and I'd like to say thank you. So I would like to say muito obrigado. And the very important thing that is the material of sexual abuse. And then we have there's this set here. Women between the ages between 7 to 13. If you have children, nieces within that range, speak with them more, speak with all, but that age range is very important for matters of prevention. Right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for your intervention. Now we have Dr. Marcelo Cataldo Franco, President of Tigo Colombia, will present today with challenges and opportunities in the Internet era. We have virtual connection with Marcelo Cataldo. He is systems engineer. He's got an MBA from the Universidad Politécnica de Madrid. He's professional with several certificates, Oracle, ITL. Among his skills, we have to know how to combine business objectives of a company with customers' expectations. A wide vision that encompasses that which is technical, analytical, and strategic. The role in the company has helped them face the business's dynamics in telecommunications and markets. Dr. Marcelo Cataldo is from Paraguay, but he lives in Colombia. He has more than 20 years experience in the telecommunications space globally in Latin America and in the States. He began working at Millicom as manager of business corporate unit in Paraguay, and then he worked in Millicom in Paraguay, and then as director of solutions for Latin America, and is a global director for solutions of the corporate business. Dr. Marcelo, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. So, a special greeting. It's from the National Police. A special greeting from Medellin. I am very happy to be able to participate and to contribute somehow. So we work together here. Well, many of our customers are adolescents, children, and it is very important to help them in the appropriate use, responsible or creative of internet and digital technology. So and now I'll proceed with the presentation. We have a social responsibility program called Contigo Conectados, where we promote the responsible use of internet. We have more than 640,000 beneficiaries and with more than 192 partnerships with you, with the police in 24 provinces and 102 municipalities. We have our scope is at a national level. So we have a tool now to better understand this digital world. This program is not any program. We've based ourselves in the risk and potentialities of internet. I'm not going to read the whole numbers, but just to have an idea, more than 5,000 scientific articles, focal groups, surveys, and labs. The information we're going to be sharing with you today is scientific information, pretty well documented, from the digital ecosystem to protect children and the youth in our countries. Next, we've also worked because that methodology encompasses children and adolescents from 8, 9, as of 19, 17 years of age, along with the Presidential Counselor's Office for Children and Adolescents. We've worked to mitigate the impact of the digital era with communicators and also reviewing 5 key points: public policy, education, health, nutrition, culture, and community. So the information we're going to be sharing about these two groups is scientifically supported and their data from our country, from our reality here in Colombia. Now we're going to understand the use of internet of boys and girls. Quickly, let's look at the impact internet has in our life, because sometimes we cannot dimension, we cannot see what internet means in our lives. In 60 seconds, in 1 minute, in the world, 211,000 pictures published in Facebook, almost 4 million searches in Google, 700,000 hours of Netflix, 350,000 surfings from users on Instagram, 100 million downloads on Instagram, so 41 million of messages in 1 minute in WhatsApp. So we are all connected, both, and our children and adolescents are not away from that reality. Let's start understanding the information that we found in these surveys. The use and access to internet of boys and girls and adolescents from 9 to 17 years of age. They go through internet on a cell phone. They have access from the room, alone, on their own. 85% access internet every day and almost every day. Look at the combo of two key elements, my dear police officers. 75% from a cell phone and only alone in the rooms. We have entering into that diverse world without any control, without help, without any guide. So the important point here is what we're going to share with you now. If we add to that children, boys and girls from 0 to 5, first looking at the risks of adolescents, from 41% have the highest risk, told by the use internet excessively. What does it mean? They stop eating, stop studying, they stop sharing with their family and friends, and they devote themselves to look at internet. Why? Because 63% of them, they say, no, I don't have anything else to do. 63% said it. My father, my mother, my carer doesn't give me anything to do, so I will start surfing the network. and also the visualization of sexual images. I just listened to the last part of our previous speaker. The sexual issue is very important, it's relevant, it's gigantic. And the third risk, with 30% having internet with people who with we don't know. So behind the picture, we don't know if it's the person is there or not. It's impersonated. So we look from boys and girls from 0 to 5 years of age. We have a lot of risks like to access to content not appropriate for their age. So on 0 to 5 years of age, it's easier to have him in front of a cell phone with a game or a video. So we have our time, but that just exposes them to a risk. And also, they have reduced time for physical activity, hours of sleep. So challenges are very high and relevant. If we look at the positive side, on the plus side, abilities and skills on the internet, you can see that 84% of these children, so they use social media. 97% use the internet to work today. Our children, they don't look for books on their books, or but they to solve a maths problem. They just go on the internet. So 93% listen to music, 72%, 28% play on the internet, and 72% watch videos. You could see that the most used apps are YouTube, Netflix, Facebook, and TikTok is now also taking stand. So 71% of children told us that they have their own profile in social media. Children from 9 to 12 years of age, which based on these rules, they should not have it. They have an age that does not match the profile, and they just jump into the sea of social media when psychologically, socially, they are not prepared. Other opportunities we have in internet and communications. As I said, 88% use a social network, creativity and expression. We find very good things, like 71% have artistic activities like painting, designing, living. They look for solutions for problems, for the day-to-day problems. How to open a game, how to tie my shoe. Entertainment, 94% study music and listen to music. Video games, 88% they have knowledge of their interest subject. So they don't look for books anymore, they want to look for everything on the internet. 76% download apps. They look at the complexities based on the delivery they have. So we also have an advertisement packages there. What are the opportunities of internet in the first infants? So we strengthen the affection link, and through those contents that you may find on the internet, it helps the learning process through digital platforms. I'm not saying that internet is bad. No, it's helped to take care, but also there's a side that potentializes the capacity of children and the youth. The digital games, the accompaniment, they could contribute to imagination and creativity. We need to know which game, at what time, and for how long. In your younger, than for example 2 years, you can use music to incentivize his senses and dance. What else do we see in our surveys? Here we have four key elements. The first one, risk. There is a direct risk between the mediation and the reduction of social media. We have a direct relationship between the social media and the increase of risks. There is a mediation that reduces risks on the internet, and with the parents, the technical intervention, and also from the technicians, because kids know every day they just put in access. They have a special code in the PlayStation. They know how to use that. We block Wi-Fi from their cell phones. It's their friends' cell phones. So technical parental control helps for some things, but is not the main tool. In a given moment, parents, we have a lot of parents who are police officers here, cousins, nephews. When you increase your age, so you get to know more people who are adults on the internet. So it's better to have the best mediation possible immediately. We're going to help our children. And from 0 to 5 years, we need to take advantage of the exposition to the screen to strengthen the affection links. It's not just a cell phone with a game. So, well, I'll do something else. No, we need to integrate that activity. Okay, so we do not delegate spaces. We do not delegate care of our children. This is one of the tools, just like in soccer or games. Being able to watch a film, to read the tool is it's another tool in the educational process of that child. Now, what do we propose in terms of mediation? First of all, we need to understand when you have a challenge, we have a question regarding internet. Who do you go to? 56% told us that they go to their professors. It's a key tool which we decided to deploy this program through schools, helping. That's why we have the impact going for more than 400 institutions, with 45% for friends and. So I got this picture. How do I change the password? So, and only 40% of parents. So this is an alert system. So we need to be proactive in the mediation of children and the youth. So to prohibit, to keep them, to hurdle the use of internet and allow the use of computers is not a tool of the one of the most effective. It helps, yes, but if that is the dynamics by which I'm going to manage access to the digital world, that doesn't work. I'm going to tell the boy that do not enter internet. We just take away his trust lines he has. What is our recommendation? To mediate. What does it mean? To accompany with respect, with trust, the use of technology, generating agreements, speaking, and in two ways. My daughter, the youngest one, she's 19 years old. She knows more about social work than I. Where do you look for access? Technically, okay. They are way ahead than we are. But I'm more updated in terms of the tool and risk. That's the communication that we have. Another example I can provide you with. I tell my daughter, do not accept any friends in the social media people you don't know. But I look at my Facebook and I have a lot of friends quotes that I accepted without knowing. So be careful with double way and the double standard, because children look at that. So in the social media, we talk about we have three types of technical mediation. Use the software to control the internet. We have to block certain sites, block access to certain networks. Restrictions what we do as parents. What time you may access internet, what time you may not access internet. We call that the digital regime or diet. So a proactive mediation is when we have a genuine interest and we want to learn to see how our partner so now if my daughter or my kid play a game and the immediate mediation, so whom do I play with? So what's the purpose of the game? What do you have to do in the game to win? That allows you to understand how your child, my daughter, your son, my grandchildren live in that digital world. So, which are the recommendations we provide to become a super mediator? For they are very simple to follow. We say that proactive mediation implies protection This is a world that's challenging. It's challenging for us. Could you imagine for children? So protection, which is the being able to inform and argument why some behaviors may put you at risk. Sharing pictures, number of contacts, addresses, preparation. They promote the thought of positions and criticisms. It's not only that. So I can say, okay, hey, watch out with that address. But if I'm not there, I need to prepare my daughter to face that situation on her own, on their own. Respect is clean. Our 40% of our children, 40% call us. For them, it is better to have a friend or a professor, a teacher, to set up dialogue and these liberty spaces, self-knowledge, so and also productivity that would promote expression, participation. Yeah, that's key. Some recommendation in that sense, we need to identify the digital diet. So notice that a tool like WhatsApp that comes from the basis without mediation is an interrupter. So he's doing a job. He looks at WhatsApp, and if we are mediators, we can also teach so that in the media, proper schedule, so he could be easy. TikTok is so evolved today, so fashionable today. May have, of course, some harmful content, but Daniela, my youngest daughter, she would have a TikTok, and so when I lost that subject, TikToker, but we found a way to link and work together with our daughter to share with her using a tool like TikTok. In her case, different. TikTok is not just for her to be in there sitting and looking at videos. That is not good. YouTube Kids, if we leave it there for them to sleep, we see which is content for learning. There is not a bad tool. Each tool, depending on how parents intervene, it could be useful to help the development for children in that digital environment to avoid risks. Some alert signs, some red flags with this question, well, can identify for the excessive use of internet. 41% is the most challenging. They prefer to use, he prefers to be with the devices and not eat or sleeping. He tries to spend more time on the internet with having success. He surfaces the network when he's not really interested. I mean, he does it just because he has nothing to do. He spends less time with the family, friends, doing his homework than using the internet. Oh, that's another example. It's dinner time. What's dinner like at home? Anyone can use a cell phone, or we all eat and have a cell phone on the table, including parents, so we can have a talk. Pay attention to the 3C to be able to know what to do. Contact behavior, online, and content. So we make sure that who are his contacts is in the social media. The first time I sat with my daughter to look at her Instagram, and who's this? And he said, and who is it? He's my partner from school. And this is the friend of a friend. But do you know him? No, I don't know him. So don't accept his friendship request. So second, make sure that you have a follow-up. So follow-up. So who would you comment? Who would you give him like? What are the publications? What is the relationships in terms of the social media in education and culture? And talk about interest and content visits. And that should give you a clue, a hint as to where to go. So my other daughter, Lucia, so she likes to play Harry Potter games. She's a fan of Harry Potter. Well, there are many games of Harry Potter on the internet. What's the best for her? Which is the one that has a didactic game that may help her have a conversation. Who is she playing with? We know who is on the other side or not, etc. So teach by example. So red flag of a personal use of internet. The time of eating, are you the first one to pull out your cell phone? Do you upload a lot of pictures? This type of evaluation. And what do you do when you don't leave your cell phone at home? So you play, you dance, you talk about the book. So you play any sports. So with our children. So and the other thing is to update yourselves. Our sons, our children are always going to know more about the platforms. But we need to ask about the games on the platforms, about the language to be used. YouTube is a preferred platform for the youth, but they look at content together. It's like reading a book, like when my mom used to read a book for me, or Roblox, one of the most important popular games in children, which is a girl boys video game. You can create your own world and games. So which is the world we're going to create? How are we going to do it? Or Clinch, which is a platform, which means to feel so you don't feel lost. You're not ashamed in a digital world. So it is not very well known. Finally, I would say that, like everything in life with the children and the youth, we need to reach an agreement on the use of the internet. There are many ways to reach agreements. We have agreements online. You can write. We could have the trays. You can leave it on the fridge. So we set up the time to work, the time to connect, which are the connection moments, while we eat at the same at that time. What is the content we have, and what to do before a difficulty. So we will continue being connected. And with you, we have a form of agreement that's very simple to follow. You can see it on the screen. That may help you with that interaction with your family. And if I should mediate with children who are minor or are below 5 years, the first protect, second orient, third, um, well, first protect. We need to give interactions with the family a priority. They're in a different developmental stage. Don't stop raising them. Do not leave. Don't let the electronic devices be their teachers. So set up your cell phone with a parental control. So I give him mine, and my cell phone has access to many things that a 13-year-old shouldn't have access to. I changed the profile, and that was it. That's parental control. Second, orient, set up a digital plans program. So we have a kid. So we to create routines that do not need certain devices. They need physical activities, singing, dancing, reading a book. I know we have a lot of young police officers here, but some of you are close to my age. So we were raised only with just one family routine. Example is key. I am all day long chatting on the phone. So I said, my son, how? I am also an example. I leave the cell phone aside at the time in which we are sharing with you. And the third point, empower. So keep yourself present as possible with the digital world. This is natural, but I want to be here. I pay attention to emotions. So, what's the video? So, what is the video that sets my child happy, that makes him happy, that makes him sad? Based on that, I offer him certain options of digital content, considering the impact it has on the child. The parental control in 3 steps to set it up, especially for these small children, as I said. For the youth, they know more than us, and so they just bypass our controls. So we have to locate the parental control in the menu of the device. Always a code and the type of contents that we would like. So if you have a browser, you have a family link, but the products that we don't have any commitment with any of them. We recommend several of those commitments. You have a lot of gratuitous accesses. They sell more the preference of the parents and what's the profile, after which functionality you need to develop that control, parental control. All the information we have delivered today for you, we hope is going to be very useful for you. And once more, I tell you, so you have it available, contigoconectados.com. So everything we shared here in the studio and our tips for orientation in different ages. There's a point in which the father, the mother, the aunt or uncle, the professor, he cannot help the child because we have a situation that's affecting him in a different manner. So as you know that better than I, but we always to parents, we help them. These are the channels to report any type of situation that will vulnerate the children's rights. I protect you, and I protect you, that ORG, but there you could click in the situation to report and make a difference. So they get 141, that's a line from the ICBF. You can report emergencies, denounces, orientations, all that. So thanks to you, the great Colombian police, the Caribe 12 of the police, to be able to ask for help in case of vulnerability against boys, girls, and adolescents. So line 122, which is toll-free from the prosecutor's office when we want to have this case filed. In our website, contigoconectados.com, you have all the information about our job, the creative and responsible use of internet, and a lot of information that may help you nourish yourself and have more tools, more capacities, not only to act as police officers, which we are eternally thankful, but also as parents, as mothers, as uncles, mothers, carers of children, children and adolescents surrounding you. So with this, I would like to finish my intervention. I would like to thank you deeply, the police, for being concerned, for being active, for looking for that type of content, for allowing us to share with you, because we believe that knowledge on the digital world of many children and adolescents will allow the mitigation of many of the challenges we see. We've gone to more than 460 institutions. We've seen things very difficult to process. So I'm very thankful for the opportunity. I appreciate it. A special greeting to all of the police. Thank you very much. I would like to
Thank you very much for your support in this Congress, in this international Congress. And so in this way, we would like to proceed to the drums, maracas, and gaitas under the Damian Bossio. We'll start with the purpose of strengthening skills, musical skills, amongst children and adolescents with disability in the center growing or crecer, to grow precisely and to preserve traditional music as a means of Colombian identity. And we have a cordial welcome.
para pa para 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 pa pa para pa pa pararara, pa para pa. Yo te amé con gran delirio, con pasión desenfrenada. Te reías del martirio, te reías del martirio de mi pobre corazón. Y si yo te preguntara el por qué no me querías, tú sin contestarme nada, solamente te reías destrozando mi ilusión. Te pedí que volvieras a mi lado y sin embargo cuántas veces te rogué que por haberme tu la haya curado. Te olvidé, 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 te olvidé. Ah, ah, 4, 5. De la vida que tuviste, pensé que te has cansado. Y ahora ya quien está triste, y ahora ya quien está triste es mi pobre corazón. Te pedí que volvieras a mi lado y sin embargo cuántas veces te rogué que por haberme de tu burla haya curado. Te olvidé, te olvidé, te olvidé, te olvidé, te olvidé. Bueno,
Vamos con la currurra.
Vamos con la currura, pero antes vamos con la décima de Pájaro de la Montaña. Entonces, cuando el sol viene rayando y la niebla se disipa, el paisaje se anticipa, la mañana despertando. El pájaro alegre cantando, anunciando el nuevo día. Con sus lindas melodías yo despierto con mi amada y en mis brazos desnudada ven los montes de María. Montaña currura, si te va para la montaña currura, dile a la perdiz que cante currura, dile a la perdiz que cante currura, si lo encontraré dormida currura, si lo encontraré dormida currura, llámala que se levante currura, llámala que se levante currura, 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 de la le, currura, de la le, ay currura. ¡Huepa! ¡Huepa! ¡Y huepa! Morenita, dame un beso, currurra. Morenita, dame un beso, currurra. Que mañana voy de viaje, currurra. Que mañana voy de viaje, currurra. Dámelo bonito y grande, currurra. Dámelo bonito y grande, currurra. Que me alcance pa'l pasaje, currurra. Que me alcance pa'l pasaje, currurra. ¿Qué? La tercera canción es de la autoría de José Benito Barros, interpretada por Totola Momposina, se llama El Pescador. Comienzo yo. Va subiendo la corriente con chinchorro y atarraya, la canoa de Bareque para llegar a la playa. Va subiendo la corriente con chinchorro y atarraya, la canoa de Bareque para llegar a la playa. El pescador habla con la luna, el pescador habla con la playa, el pescador no tiene fortuna, solo su atarraya. El pescador habla con la luna, el pescador habla con la playa, el pescador no tiene fortuna, solo su atarraya. El pescador habla con la luna, el pescador habla con la playa, el pescador no tiene fortuna, solo su atarraya. ¡Y huepa! ¡Y huepa! Regresa a los pescadores con su carga para vender al puerto de sus amores, donde tienen su querer. Regresa a los pescadores con su carga para vender al puerto de sus amores, donde tienen su querer. El pescador habla con la luna, el pescador habla con la playa, el pescador no tiene fortuna, solo su atarraya. El pescador habla con la luna, el pescador habla con la playa, el pescador no tiene fortuna, solo su atarraya. Bueno, antes de cantar el Mapalé, quiero lamentar la muerte del niño Gabriel, el de 5 años. Lamentamos mucho la muerte de este niño de 5 años en manos de su padre, Gabriel González. Y le queremos dar las condolencias a su familia, mucha fortaleza y muchos éxitos. Entonces, ahora sí vamos con la última canción, que yo sé que a ustedes les encanta, que se la quieren bailar. Entonces se llama El Mapalé. Pero vuelvo y repito, con los niños no nos metemos porque eso es un maltrato infantil.
Entonces, muchísimas gracias. Esta es nuestra última canción. Pero antes de eso, le quería decir que desde la Subdirección de Discapacidad, desde Secretaría de Integración Social, desde los centros Crecer, este es el trabajo que se forja con cada uno de los chicos, el fortalecimiento de sus capacidades, de sus habilidades y en este caso habilidades musicales. Trabajo que se fortalece, se unifica desde un equipo interdisciplinario, educador especial, trabajador social, tallerista de música, edufísico, terapia ocupacional, fonoaudiología, y estos son los resultados que tenemos acá, donde cada chico muestra sus habilidades comunicativas, intersociales, habilidades sociales y muchas más de ellos que están ahí guardadas, sino que de una u otra manera esas habilidades salen a fortalecerse y salen en evidencia, como lo estamos viendo aquí, que no es solamente la discapacidad, sino que es un sujeto que desde ahí se respetan sus derechos culturales.
Bueno, ahora sí, vamos con el Mapalé. Negrita, ve, prende la vela. Negrita, ve, prende la vela. Que va empezar la cumbia más buena. Negrita ve, prende la vela. Negrita ve, prende la vela. Que va a empezar la cumbia más buena. Que va a empezar la cumbia más buena. Prende la vela de la cumbiamba. Mire candela. Prende la vela de la cumbiamba. Prende la vela. Mire candela. Prende la vela. ¡El mapalé! 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 Negrita ve, prende la vela. Negrita ve, prende la vela. Que va a empezar la cosa más buena. Que va a empezar la cumbia más buena. Bueno, en nombre del Centro Crecer Balcanes y de la Secretaría de Integración Social, les queremos agradecer por nuestra invitación. Los queremos mucho y feliz tarde.
I'd like to welcome Julie Joseph with the digital world and its impact on children. Dr. Juliana Joyce is a specialist in protection of UNICEF Colombia, a specialist in politician in the Free University of Brussels and public policy in London University. And then we have here associated with in adolescence in the agency of United Nations and so on. And then we have of civil society. And then we have Philippines, Liberia, Tanzania, Belgium, Peru, and Ecuador. And then we have one of UNICEF Colombia. Welcome, Dr. Ajoyce. Good afternoon to all. Greetings to all the people here from several countries of the world that participate in this international congress. I would like to thank the National Police for the invitation and for organizing this conference that is so important for the protection of children and teenagers. In this presentation, we're going to provide some food for thought in respect of the current status of the use and the connection of internet of children, and we're going to speak about the positive as well as negative effects and the access to the digital world, and then to the rights and the kids and adolescents in the digital world. And we're going to finish with certain timeliness opportunities and some recommendations to strengthen children. We are going to start, therefore, with some statistics. We have seen already in the prior presentations a lot of data. I'm not going to bore you with far more data, but we wish to continue to insist that youngsters between 15 and 24 years, that the group in the world that is more connected. If we compare it with the rest of groups, the youngsters, 70% are online, while only 48% of the rest of the population is online. And if we take adolescents that are less than 18 years, they represent 1/3 of the users of internet in the world. And then we have here of the UNICEF here, and then we can have it here. So their children are very much connected, but a very important point that we wish to highlight is that there are huge gaps. If you see the access to internet by continents, we have first very important differences between continents. In Europe, more or less 80% of the kids have access to internet. But if we look at Africa, only 20%. And in Latin America, according to a study of last year, more or less 60% of youngsters have access regularly to internet. That means that there are 40% that don't have access. So there it is a very important, urgent task to be able to provide this opportunity to children who do not have access to internet. And then we have seen how that is fundamental. For example, during the COVID crisis, how millions of children, because of the lack of internet, were pushed out of the school system. So technology per se, like any other technology, it's not negative, positive. You cannot demonize it. It has good things and bad things. Good aspects and bad aspects. So we have to be very aware of the negative aspects and the risk, but we also wish to tell you that the access to internet and to technologies provides many positive opportunities for children and adolescents. So in a very quick way, we're going to have certain positive aspects. As we have said, in the digital environment is always more important in the world, because the majority of the actions there's like education, commerce, and government, they depend ever more of the digital technologies. So these technologies offer new opportunities, and to make them effective, the rights of the adolescents and so on. The possibility of having access to these technologies. And that's why we insist once again that in Latin America, 40% does not have that access. And that helps us to exercise effectively their civil rights, their political rights, the economic rights, social rights. And the connectivity could precisely help adolescents and most vulnerable children, most marginalized children, in developing their potential and in bringing and breaking these intergenerational cycles of poverty. And as we have seen already in the prior presentation with the TIGO director, and then we have the use of internet, of the digital technology that actually can provide support in learning, socialization, the game, and in a query that we can do that. And then we have them in 28 countries of several regions. And then the children, when we ask them what they think of those technologies, and then we point out that really these technologies are essentially for their current life and for their future. So we really have to take in mind this call of adolescents and these children in having access to these new technologies. In this query, there are certain phrases that we have taken of the very expressions that children have made. They say that through digital technology, we can obtain information of all the parts of the world, that enables you to know important aspects about their own identity. And some report that they also work when they're sad. Internet can help them to see things that make them happy. So this, to insist that sometimes we actually look at the risks, the negative aspects, and you cannot forget that internet actually can be a vector, an important vector for many children to exercise their rights. But of course, one has to be aware of the risks and the negative impacts. And we have already spoken a lot about this, so I'm not going to spend so much on that. But we have here that we actually can lead to some risks. The kids suffer damages online, and then we have seen that online and offline. And then the children that already had greater vulnerability conditions many a times run greater risks of suffering some harm in internet, in the digital world. So there is a very big connection, and that we have already said it, between the real world and the virtual world. The most vulnerable children in the real world many a times are going to be the most or least protected in the virtual world. So there is a series of risks that we have spoken about, the ways of sexual abuse and child abuse. I am not going to start with it because we have started the grooming that we have online with sexual ones and sextortion and so on, and the sexual abuse. There is internet and violent content. There is depression. There's harassment. There are betting games that actually could get them into trouble. There are pages that promote suicide, pages that actually put at risk their physical integrity, and we have seen the entire set of risks, exploitation, and sexual abuse. Right, so relative to the sexual abuse as we have seen it in many countries, not in all of them, but there is an increase of the reports of in the last few years of a large increase, but we wish to say that this is still very far away from having a true snapshot of reality. We know that there are many cases when victims cannot report the abuses of which they have suffered because the victims don't always have a voice, sometimes due to their age, sometimes due to their disability, the stigma they have, the embarrassment, the fear, the cultural norms, the social norms that we have in our countries. So there is a whole set of barriers that actually hinder the unveiling and filing the claim of the sexual abuse. The secrecy, the anonymity, it makes it so much difficult there. So the message is that although the figures are alarming, they're far away from reality. They're underreported, and we always have to generate greater awareness so that all these are reported and their rights. And therefore, all of these abuses, all these crimes, all these risks, well, they have negative effects and sometimes unrepairable physically, sexually, emotionally of children and of teenagers, and they can affect all their rights. And we have seen the right to education, the right to health, to development, among others. Okay. When we signed the Convention of the Rights of Children in 1989, we used to live in another world. Many of these ones that actually met this world, that last century, a world in which internet did not exist. So that Convention of the Rights of the Child didn't treat, didn't visualize, didn't publish, didn't know anything that what we would have with internet today. So as around last year, as many of you may know, there was a committee of the rights of children, which is a body of experts, of international ones in matters of childhood and adolescence that are issues regularly observations and recommendations specific to the states that are part of the Convention of the Rights of the Child. And last year they issued a general observation number 25 that is very important, specific, about the digital environment. So we really invite you to read it, to see it, to look at this general observation that is a complement and provides orientation to the member states so that one can enforce the rights of children in the digital environments. We're going to see some general principles that suggest that are suggested by this committee, and we're going to see them as general principle. The first one, non-discrimination. And we have seen that 40% in Latin America don't have access, equitable to the digital environment. So let's just say that the recommendation there is that the states have to favor this access. We cannot wait until the next crisis. I hope it doesn't occur. And then once again, that we have 40% of the children that do not follow their schooling. The equitable access can include measures of free access, safe access, in public access, and in territories that are far away from the urban centers, including the investment in public policy to support this access to digital technology. One thing is access to internet, the other is access to the technologies, and a whole series of measures to close this digital gap, always with a focus that is strong in gender and specific care on children and teenagers, and actually to provide digital literacy. And then this one thing is to have access to them to have the tool, and another thing is to be able to handle these tools. And we know that in spite of the fact that we say that many children and adolescents know more than us, still there are kids that don't know about those things, that they don't have access to internet. So therefore, you have to truly prioritize the care to this set of population. Another one is the higher interest of the child. What does that mean? Well, it means that we must take in all the interventions associated to supplying, regulation, design, use of the digital environment, so that we should consider the higher interest of the child and to keep in mind all their rights, including their rights to find, receive, disseminate information, and to receive protection against any form of damage. And the higher interest of the child, it could actually be determined by the participation of children, keeping in mind their opinions in all these ones that are in the process of search and greater protection of children in the digital environment. There are other principles that that the committee recommends to the member states to take, and it has to do with the right to life and the development of that life. Well, the states also should adopt all those measures, once again, to protect children in respect of everything that constitutes a threat to their life, to survival, and to development in that life. To determine that and to tackle these new risks that children have to face in these contexts, and, for example, listening to their opinions about the nature of those concrete risks that they have to face, and of course the experience that we saw in Tigo. All the recommendations that were suggested, they come from surveys from the very children and teenagers, and that's where we're going to be more efficient in the measures. An important topic also that is mentioned and that we mentioned as well is that we must have a special care in the use of internet and in the intervention in the digital world in the first years of life, and that we have spoken that with the director of Tigo, when the plasticity of the brain is in particular their association with their caregivers, the parents. It's essential to develop the cognitive, emotional, social development of the children and adolescents. And finally, another principle that we have already spoken, but we have repeated it, and that we have a tendency, and we are included there, to be too adult-centric and to find solutions without asking them, and ideally, aside from it being a right, the right to participate is the most efficient is to ask them council's recommendations for all the policies, the services that are created for them. For that, the member states have to provide this opportunity. And we have seen the children dancing, singing. It would be good to hear them in these conferences to find out what they think. Maybe they should be guest speakers. And then perhaps what we're saying is just silly if their world, their perspective, etc. So really, from UNICEF, we try to do it internally. Any that we develop is actually to listen to those voices that advise us about the best, what is best for them, laws, policies, services, training, etc. And we're going to continue with that last recommendation of the committee, and it's that to take into account the evolution of the faculties of children and teenagers. So the opportunities that we see, the risks associated to the participation of the children, they vary very much as a function of their age and their development phase. So then the states should have and service these considerations and to find or implement measures that are actually adapted to their age ranges and always there to base on the most current updates in several disciplines in order to be able to determine what are the best measures as a function of the ages of the children and the teenagers. Once again, the committee warns about early childhood of children. Take precautions, especially for these ages. It's very important, and we have actually seen that their children, their caregivers, receive information and consultant to be mediators with their children and adolescents. And once again, to focus very much in all the research, because something that we are all learning about. It's something that we still have many gray areas that we don't know, and that is why it's necessary to update the knowledge with academic studies about these topics associated with the neurological development of early childhood and of teenage years, which is another critical stage. So recommendations in respect of these situation and in respect of the challenges, the gaps that we see at all levels, be that legislative, regulatory, norms, protection, then the lack of human resources, institutional capacity to be able to answer to all these challenges, well, and in order to guarantee that children in their experiences are protected in the virtual world, really we actually base ourselves in the ecological model, and that's the UNICEF framework is to work around the protective environments and thinking the adolescents and so on, and then we have the communities, the society and their status, and always starting with the empowerment of the rights of children and their adolescents. So that is fundamental to be able to articulate the other actions, and a concerted one with the families, with the authorities, with the technology companies, the internet provider, the workers, social workers, the police. Really, I mean, the challenges are so large that we have to work and answer to these challenges in a way that is properly and very well articulated. So, the key actions in protecting children and adolescents online is to avoid that technologies are used unduly, so that they do not exploit children, guarantee that children can use digital technology without being subject to harassment, to be protected against the capture and inappropriate processing of their personal data, to see that they're protected in respect of the marketing that are harmful, and also to make them aware about their rights, nourish them with knowledge and with criteria so that they can protect themselves against these risks. And then we say there are many opportunities. We like to mention this empowerment of children and teenagers. Really, it's an important message to share today. And then we know that in Colombia there are many initiatives that have been developed in order to promote the safe use. Tigo is a fantastic example, and actually we have to see this at a greater scale and to push new projects also from the state that actually enables that empowerment in respect of their rights, strengthen their rights as a positive agents of change, and to incorporate these voices in public policy. And it's also important to say that children are not just promoters of sharing, of safe sharing online, they are also transformation agents of the social norms and the practices that perpetuate the risks of sexual exploitation, among other risks. In order to promote these experiences, we have seen that the second cycle or ring our parents, the caretakers, so that they receive this orientation, these instruments, so that they may be accompanied there and help to preserve their children in a safe environment. We have seen that in a vision that is only to prohibit and prohibit doesn't have very positive impacts. It's actually more a role of orienter that the parents must have with a communication that is as fluid as possible with their children, and also we have to contribute a lot and to have an impact with the teachers so that they can have greater competencies, knowledge, and so on. The experiences of learning online are more positive, and then private companies, so that all platforms online can be safe and accessible to children and teenagers. And finally, the last environmental ring, a protective ring that we have in the state, and the institutional architecture, the social norms. There, the message is actually to focus on childhood and the strategies and the response plan. And then we have to strengthen the current systems in terms of prevention and response. And there we have more protection that are there with a lot of progress, and they have to be even more effective and preventive in their care and response in terms of sexual abuse online, to strengthen the support lines that there are in research and the entire issue of interinstitutional articulation. And there are several committees that exist there that have to be strengthened so that they are more inclusive and that they can be more efficient, and all the issues of all public officials and policy. And here we have the good practice of these seminars, these ones where they think about all these topics. I mean, really, this is a good practice that we salute you, and we believe that this should be the line for the other institutions just as well in the state, so that we can have a greater knowledge in respect of the problem and the mission to protect children and adolescents. I mean, really, it's an effective policy. And I would close with the issues of the social norms. Truly, that is something that we don't mention too much, really, because we think that it could be complicated to change certain behavioral patterns and structural ones, cultural ones, and then we have so we need to favor the abuse and the exploitation on online. So these causes, these structural causes of violence, for example, of sex online, are the same that offline historic violence there we have there, and then we have there exacerbate them in the environment, the digital environment.
And they place children at a higher level of vulnerability. So really, my last message, another last message, we can work together to transform these social standards that justify and they perpetuate violence against children, linked specifically to gender. And we've seen that most people who are victims of sexual violence online are girls and adolescents, but also people with gender identity and sexual orientation that are diverse. so we could create a more tolerant society, responding to the to not does not respond to stereotypes and gender discrimination in the world. And as we can see, there are many positive aspects to it on the internet. We're not to demonize it, but we have 40% of children in Latin America, they don't have access yet. So it should be a priority for them to have secure access to internet. That offers a lot of possibilities of education, but also many risks. And we need to combat them in an articulated manner among all the state organizations, civil society, and international cooperation. Thank you very much for your attention. Bye-bye. Due to time constraints, but Doctor, who would like to, if you would like to have any questions, you may do it through the master, so he will do it through his email. Very well. We want to now present Mr. Colonel John Harville Sete Duque, Director of Protection and Special Services of National Police of Colombia, who directs the specialty of infants, childhood, and adolescents for integral protection of boys, girls, and adolescents by official non-commissioned officers and agents trained in human rights, the Code of Infant and Adolescents and procedures with the laws in the states. His presentation is strategy for the protection of the childhood and adolescents of the National Police. The Director of Special Services is a business administrator, police administrator, specialist in strategic management, master in security from the Inter-American School of Defense in Washington, trained in leadership in FBI, and Quantico, Virginia, the United States, studies in criminalistics, intelligence, strategic, and operations, Chief of Intel Operations, and Special Operations Anti-Terrorism, Chief of the Liaison Office before Europol, in Hague in Holland, attaché in the Police in the United States, Chief of the Central Office of Interpol, Commission Director of North of Santander, and currently he's our Director of Protection and Special Services. My Colonel, welcome, the floor is yours. Hello, everyone. Once more, I want to ratify our honor to have you here in this Congress. It's a Congress that is only possible thanks to the commitment from each one of you. A Congress that, as we've seen, apart from of the importance of its content, we've wanted to frame it in a fundamental issue, which is definitely the one that calls us today, respect for children, girls, and adolescents. So we've tried at each one of the moments of these congresses. So from inclusion, as I said before, on the intervention, it's not how they express, but what they express from their attitude. And I think that we've received pretty good, effective messages, very decisive messages. An image talks more than 1,000 words, as we say it here. So, and now we're going to share with you the way in which the National Police, of course, in terms of articulation with all sectors in society, we aim at the protection of our kids, our children. We cannot listen to the video. Hold on 1 minute. Their childhood. So why do you? There's many of children from 5 or 6 years of age they were sexually abused in the district of São Paulo. This is so they are burying. They play to be grown-ups, burying their childhood, selling things in the streets. So I used to go to the marketplace to sell things, and when I was in high school, I just went out to the streets to work. Basically, this video we want to do is maybe interpret as a summary of what we've seen throughout the morning and part of the afternoon. The phenomenon of affectation of human rights, boys, girls, and adolescents. It's a phenomenon which is unfortunately is cross-sectional to all other type of crimes. Human trafficking, migrants trafficking, homicide, paid killings, extortion, bribery. So this tells us that the commitment should be increasingly greater in the generation of communication channels that would allow us, of course, the identification of risks, and apart from that, to anticipate risks, to go one step ahead, understanding that it's very important that we reflect, but we need to go from reflection to the action. And the rights of children cannot wait for them, so we need to act immediately. Another great conclusion we've arrived to, so it's that we have individual actors, so we've identified them in the family environment. So for families, and they take advantage of moments in which our children, they're just to commit the types of crimes. So we have organized crime, so that use our children, so to achieve their criminal purposes, and also it is a transnational phenomenon, and hardly any of the crimes that we've seen, any of those crimes, how it's going to have any national circumscription, so jurisdiction. So they're transnational. So that's why, and that's why you've accepted this invitation. And this is not an option. This is not an option in the transnational fight against this crime. This is our obligation. Insist on all sectors of society. Just to make reference, currently, by the National Central Office of Interpol, Colombia, so we have 1,200 written notices from Interpol, looking at 196 countries in the world. 1,201 delinquents who have abused sexually of any of the ways we've described here throughout the intervention of our children. So we have a great responsibility here, and I insist, only delinquents or criminals who have abused sexually our children. We have not yet considered red notices in other type of crimes. The strategic alignment pleas of national police and part of the Convention of Children's Rights with the coverage we've seen with the previous presentation regarding the updating, particularly with the risk linked with massification of the use of internet. Of course, our national constitution of the national police and Article 218. And we are a civil based group, and we need to assure rights and freedom of those people who live in Bogota, in Colombia, in a specific way. Of those inhabitants, the main role is by boys, girls, and adolescents. So Article 44 of Constitution, they say that they are rights that prevail over others' rights. We have a Children and Adolescents Act with the National Development Plan, with which we align each of the institutional activities through the different ministries with which we interact with the policy of security, where protection of children has a key role. A national plan for criminal policies. Why? Because we've made reference many times to research. And in this national plan of criminal policies within the national framework, consider prevention a fundamental factor, of course, to anticipate ourselves to the materialization of crimes affecting citizens in our country, and of course, harming or attempting the integrity of our children. This strategic alignment, and I'm glad that within the UNICEF's intervention, let's say there was a similar image. So we have to indicate here that the center are children, boys and girls. They are our reason of being here. Any society here present that we represent. That alignment, of course, has an integration of capacities in the national space, the military forces, the National General Attorney's Office, different ministries that are part of the national government, the President of the Republic, the office of the First Lady of the nation, as you have seen. You had the opportunity to listen to this morning, the National Institute for Well-Being. It's fundamental, it's key. And any activity in prevention of surveillance and control of investigation we develop, if we bear in mind that it's the National Institute of Well-Being in charge of reestablishing the rights of children, restitution of rights, and adolescents in any intervention we perform. Of course, this is just one demonstration that's tangible, the articulation and integration with the NGOs that have a representation here in our office, the NGOs with a deployment at international level, like the one we saw this morning in the first intervention by Carlos, representing OUR, and with whom we've developed, as you've seen, or you've evidenced, a very special, specific work. We begin by the absolute premise with the development objectives that if we analyze them, of course, the final goal is to generate a better society with better opportunities. And that better society with better opportunities is the key scenario that we expect that children from today will enjoy if we abide by the time objective in terms of the sustainable development is the sustainable development objectives. We talked about the obligation to so-called of that international cooperation with different spheres, of course, with agencies of international security like Europol, Interpol, Ameripol, so that we may have some information channels in a timely manner that would assure always a key factor, protection of data, and the protection always of boys, girls, and adolescents, not to be in that red line of victimizing. No, we need to protect their physical moral and intellectual integrity. That's the top over any other consideration. We also talked about a few minutes ago about the alignment with different entities from the national government, but here, of course, the academia and universities they have a key role. So this morning we had intervention of Dr. Lambert from the private sector. A few minutes we listened to Dr. Marcelo Cataldo from Tigo, giving us a precise vision of protection for boys, girls, and adolescents down in the cyberspace, ratifying definitely that this is the only option we have to develop a real effective activity with a positive impact in the children protections. Which are our capacities at the National Police? We are approximately 167,000 men and women distributed throughout the national territory. Those 167,000 men and women, we have a mission, constitutional mission, to which I referred to in the first slide. From those 167,000 men and women, 10,700 belong to the Directorate of Protection and Special Services. That Directorate of Protection and Special Services has four missional processes: protection to people, installation with tested risk, protection of the environment, and protection of tourism and national heritage, and of course, the protection of children and adolescents. The partners that we see in the chairs in the back part are the chiefs of these 52 units deployed in the national territory. So, and on them and their working team, so we have all the deployment, prevention, research, investigation, all that, all those phenomena affecting the integrity of our children. We've trained 77,368 police officers in everything regarding to attention, specialized attention to boys, girls, and adolescents, because any police officer, if we don't have the service of a man from the specialized in that area, he should be the first respondent in any situation involving them. Of course, looking for the establishment of the rights through the national ICBF or the national offices, family offices in each of the municipalities or country. So, 1,400 police officers. So, exclusively to the protection of our children, of the boys, girls, and young people. Here we have to also say that we need to relate nearly 600 men and women who devote themselves to the investigation of crimes affecting our children and are part of our criminal investigation section. The National Police, as I explained, those 167,000 men and women, so we are organized in different directorates with differentiated capacities. No, we integrate ourselves and we have this capacity. So for the mission, so the directorate kidnap, and we go with this courage. So the director of transit and transportation, do we see the importance of control of air terminals, river terminals in transportation in any country, because unfortunately they become, if we don't have the adequate measures, they become risk factors and vulnerability factors for our children. So the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, of course, the Anti-Narcotics Office, to develop a whole strategy of prevention of drug addiction in our children and adolescents, in generating school environments that are safe. Just to say that all those institutional capacities added to the interinstitutional articulation is the one that allows the police to develop or better or go in compliance of the mission that we are never satisfied with what we do. There shouldn't be one crime against one child. We should have some indicators generating certain reductions. Let's say that they could be important in terms of analysis, but we cannot be satisfied with the results. We need to advance. They just indicate we are on the right track. This event today, as I said, looks to ratify the inclusion that Colombia is a diverse country, is a country, is pluriethnical, is multicultural. It is a country with about 68 ethnicities and different languages, different customs, and that makes precisely their offer to have an approach, a differentiated approach. Why? Because it's not the same to have intervention with our children in the coast than those children that we have in our Andean region in the center of the country, or children who live in a indigenous reservation. That has motivated us, and apart from that, has pressed us to update constantly all that institutional offer. Colombia has about 50 million inhabitants based on the latest census, based on our National Statistics Department. Of those 50 million, 54,632 are minors. And of those minors, between 10 and 14, we have 3,815,000 children, and between 15 and 18, 4,234,000. Between 0 and 5, 3,700,000. 6 and 9, 3,696,000. 93. So 20% of them are located in the rural sector and 76% in urban areas. So this is absolutely important to keep that in mind to be able to determine programs, strategies, projects that are adequate and pertinent based on the need of each one of those communities. And our offer in terms of prevention is the central axis to prevent, educate, to prevent so that our boys and girls will identify the risks. They know how to activate the attention route to prevent so that parents and the caretakers are alert to any type of manifestation evidencing a vulneration of their rights. In that sense, our central program, it's called Open Your Eyes, Abre tus ojos, with different approaches, as you see here on the slide. Some of them focused directly on training of and education of police officers, others for the families, the children, and so forth. As I said, the particularities in the region, they've made us make some transit towards a new program, Open Your Eyes, with a differentiated approach in the vital cycle, of course, which are their ages. That's why it is so important to have that information from our National Statistics Department. So the gender identity, so the ethnic belonging, and also what we saw a couple of minutes ago, are boys and girls with different capacities. Different why? Because it is very important also that children like the ones who were today at the time when we sang the national anthem of Colombia, they have different capacities. They cannot be expressed the way we do it. They need to have access to this type of information, and they should know also that how they can transmit that community and with whom. That's why we are constantly training our police officers for the specialized communication with this population with different capacities. And this prevention campaigns, at the time of this year so far, they have 82,000 that have allowed us to have a positive impact to approximately 2,200,000 people. And those 2,200,000 people, we have boys, girls, teachers, parents, caretakers, and this is a very constant task. Here, just one example of what do we use this information for. So we collect this information in a scientifically and methodological manner, and the National Statistics Department organizes it before our public and private entities to have clarity on what and how we should do things. We're just starting a campaign in different social media, in Facebook, which is going to be focused in ages between 35 and 50 years of age. So evidencing, of course, the way in which we interact in those age ranks, age spaces, and Twitter between 18 and 38 years of age, and Instagram between 16 and 30, and TikTok between 12 and 24 years of age. So the figures you see there, and number of users, they're more or less from May this year. So, of course, they've increased. So it is very important also that we have access, we interact with our children, with our boys and girls, with our young people, with our adults, and our elderly, because it's a commitment from everyone. We need to incentivize mainly the credibility and trust towards institutions so that they may be translated into denunciations before any type of situation that would allow the evidence of any type of vulneration of our children's rights. The dissuasion activities and control activities, they are also absolutely important in the development of the institutional strategy. We developed them hand in hand with the National Institute of Well-being, from the municipal mayor offices, from governor's office, the bureaus of education, tourism, and of course, and of health. And we've seen also the need to be absolutely effective, decisive in the activation of plans within the framework of the strategy against sexual and commercial exploitation of children, and we develop them in different places. Public sites, discotheques, bars, and places that unfortunately are taken advantage of for those who use our children illicitly to commit a crime. And like, as we've seen mainly regarding the mistreatment and of course sexual abuse of our children. So I've talked to you permanently about the importance of establishment of rights of children. So establishment of the rights and from organizations, even from NGOs, we thank that permanent presence for the accompaniment for the time right after the arrest of the perpetrator and the recovery of the victim. Because yes, we've also heard some examples here that the victim sometimes at a given moment he may feel abandoned. I was rescued, but they didn't offer me any possibility. They didn't offer me any alternative. And the reasons for which we mainly rescue those minors, and they are just at the disposition of the Institute for Well-being, we can see them in the right-hand side of the presentation. On the left, abandonment, evasion, family core, behavior problems, inter-family violence, mendicity, and also sexual violence. A third fundamental aspect. We talked about prevention. We talked about dissuasion and control, and of course, the criminal investigation when, unfortunately, we failed in prevention, we failed in dissuasion and deterrence, and when the failure in these two instances, unfortunately, are translating, affecting, or the crime affecting our children, boys, girls, and the young. So we've identified as victims in this present year 33,682 children, boys and girls, in the system of criminal responsibility system. We've, let's say, rescued and make put before court and also 6,114 children. That's the difference here. Well, with the children under 14, so they are children, boys and girls. They have differentiated treatment, and that treatment is based in their in condition of victims, regardless of their action within the commission of a crime. So a victim or a perpetrator, as of 14 years of age, they don't have that difference. After 14 years of age, it's still a victim. But if the minor commits 18, among those 13 and 18 years of age, he has demeanor that's against the law, he should be treated within the framework of a specialized system, which we call the criminal responsibility system for minors, where a prosecutor from the nation evaluates, he assesses, and he submits the evidence, and they determine the degree of guilt. And if so, it's led towards a specialized center, not to a reclusion center. And never to minors between 14 and 18 years of age are captured. We take them. So against them, against this youth in that range of age, we don't have a prosecution process, but an apprehension. So thus we have an important participation for the National Institution of Family Well-being for the and in the institutional offer, so that those children may recover. I remember that Dr. Lambert said this morning that when they're young, when they're adolescents, there's a high possibility so that these youth may correct those behaviors and may proceed, may lead a natural and right life. We've managed, as I said, just as a general reference in 2021, and regarding 2022, a reduction of 32% in sexual violence and 33% in intra-family violence. In a country like Colombia, mainly 2020, when we had the impact, the initial impact of the pandemics of COVID-19, the intra-family violence issues were very complex. Confinement, as happened in most of the countries, made that the victim and the perpetrator lived together. There was not a possibility to denounce, to have access to an authority to report that any type of situation. So that represented for us a big challenge, but from which we learned a lot. And we are trying to implement the right strategies that should be in permanent evolution and reconsideration. I just want to remind you here, as I said, these 51 offices throughout the national territory, they also have the function of criminal investigation, a function which we developed by a constitutional mandate under the coordination of the Attorney General's office. We become an entity who supports the investigation led by a prosecutor, and we help and we abide by his orders to comply them and to abide by them, and I insist in our legal capacity and our constitutional function. We work with 128 specialized offices from the Attorney General's office for the initial attention against sexual violence, 92 prosecutors' offices, and the criminal responsibility system for the youth, and we found currently in our objectives as of investigation 80 criminal structures which unfortunately they commit crimes against our children, boys, girls, and young. So 184 actors. Remember the first slide I made? Okay, there are some criminal actors individually, and we have criminal organizations that are pretty well organized, and of course, the transnationality, which the majority of us have referred to. We've identified 264, which we call impact objectives, so or targets. So they have a criminal capacity and differentiated in different regions, and they become a priority for their prosecution, of course, being taken before the competent authority. So we have forensics laboratory period. We've listened. It's very important. We talked about that. We said those who were before me in the use of the before me, our cyber police center, where cybersecurity becomes a factor that's key. It's decisive against all the crimes affecting our children, boys and adolescents. So within that permanent interaction with different state entities throughout the year. So we've managed to block around 16,000 URLs through the Ministry of IT Technologies and 216 profiles in social media eliminated because we know that they are being used in an irregular manner to commit fraud. Particularly in the Protection Directorate, we have the Integrated Center for Protection, where one way let's say, in real time, we are verifying the situation of cases around crimes affecting our boys, girls, throughout the national territory to generate red flags, to activate the attention routes, and of course, to deploy pertinent activities and being timely in the attention of each one of the cases. Finally, the challenges that we have and objectives. Let me just pop out a little bit of the context and say that these challenges and objectives we have not only for the security agencies or police, for NGOs, for the academia, for the private sector, for the family, the protection of children's rights. Someone says we need to prescribe silence and indifference. We've heard that in different interventions. That silence, that possible on the register that exists because of different variables that we've analyzed throughout the morning and part of the afternoon. Strengthening cooperation mechanisms and articulations for the exchange of information and the prevention and to go one step ahead. And also because we have, you've heard that from me a lot, I insist, we have the obligation to share information with our peers through safe communication channels, of course, respecting the autonomy within the legal framework of their institutions and countries. But we cannot just keep silent and be indifferent. We identify risk in Argentina, Chile, Ecuador, Costa Rica, and not have it there, not expose it from our peers. So, unfortunately, one of the best examples of globalization is crime. And that criminal modality, in 1 week, in 10 days, or perhaps in less than that, they're already going to have a different impact in a constitutional, okay? Okay, strengthening our capacities in cyberspace. So, for our capabilities, they are a fundamental factor. Go hand in hand to prescribe silence and indifference We need to strengthen the denunciation channels. Finally, these help. We've seen it. We've seen it in the second slide, perhaps, of this presentation. But we want to complement it to ratify that the center, right, the core, our reason of being is representing our boys, girls, and the youth. That actions that we develop from the institutional sector, from the private sector, from the academia, from the NGOs, from schools and high schools, they must have an integration, a complementarity. So we cannot make efforts that are dispersed, isolated. We cannot be, let's say, generating initiatives in an individual manner. So that's impossible. That is impossible, and here that's why we ratify boys, girls, and adolescents are the reason of our existence, and that's why they should be there. In the second sphere, the institutions of national order. In the third level, national organizations, the NGOs, academia, the private sector, and the fourth sphere, of course, the international community. Acting in those three areas: protection, dissuasion and control, and criminal investigation or prosecution. So, of course, also with a common denominator, which training, exchange of information, investigation, referenciation, good practices analysis, technical help that we've worked with throughout the different interventions here, and so respect her victims and reestablishment of their rights. Thank you very much, and again, it's a pleasure to have you here in our country, and this is your house, the National Police of Colombia. Thank you very much, Colonel, for your intervention. If there's a question for Colonel, this is the space we have available for that. Perfect. This is clear. Prior to finishing our agenda with the International Congress, I want to give you one important information tomorrow. We hold the Chiefs of Childhood at 7 o'clock. Our other special guests, national and international, 7:30. 7:30. To continue with our activities today, we want to have a short, a special invitation to all our audience to have a short tour to the city center on the National Police. Right now, on the first floor, the entrance of the club, we have the transportation. It's going to take us to perform these activities. To do that, as hosts, we would like to show you this city. So this way, we'll finish now the first day of this International Congress of Violence against children. We would like to thank you for your presence here. Thank you. We'll wait for you tomorrow here to the first floor to start this tour. Thank you very much.